Hello and welcome back to finals day of round one of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series here at the world famous home of champions, Karting Genk, based in the Limburg region of Belgium. As morning warm-up has just been completed over the past couple of days, the drivers have been going through testing, free practice, qualifying, and yesterday 15 heats. So the ranking after the heats have already been decided. A warm welcome to everybody on the Karting Champions League YouTube channel, live and direct from the circuit itself. Alex Goldschmidt up in the commentary position, here to talk you through all the action as it happens. We have the super heats this morning, and then we will have our finals for today, which will then see how the classes will go into the second and final round in a month's time. There is the timetable, and at 11 o'clock local time, we will be getting underway with the first of 5 super heats. With X30 Senior, there will be 2 super heats, and after that, following on from the super heats, the top 36 will head into the A final at 20 past 2 this afternoon, and the remaining drivers, 13 of which, will head into the B final just 25 minutes later. The ranking after the heats yesterday saw Iame have Louis Peternot, the youngster from Belgium, on the parallel chassis representing Eijkman's Grand Prix with 2 victories and a second place, giving him a total of 144 points. Alongside him on the front row will start MP Kart Racing Team's Bruce Chirino from the Netherlands. Youngster from the United Kingdom, Harry Chapman in the 832, a privateer running on a parallel chassis, has made his way up to 3rd place in the ranking after heats. Ahead of Fusion Benelux's Toby Terhar. Matteo Campobello, who took 2 second places but had a disastrous 3rd heat, rounds out the top 5. Ahead of Axel leaders Artem Kikireshko, Gilles Duval, Kian Tenhav, and PJM's Arthur Jassogne. Moving on to, next of all, Junior X30, it's MP Kart Racing Team's youngster from Sweden, Ludwig Granqvist, who amassed a total of 126 points, which included a second in Heat 2 and a win in Heat 3. Thijs van House from Fusion Benelux in second, ahead of Lionel Munguia. Munguia, one of 3 different race winners, and the driver in 4th, who took pole position. Ches Pedersen, new signing of Victory Lane from the Netherlands, won the opening heat, had to start from the dummy grid and clawed his way back through the field. And then on Heat 3, he went on slicks and went straight on at turn 1 and ended up at the back end of the field. He will be 4th, ahead of Switzerland's Zoltan Koigny from Spirit Karting, Theo Policar, Tren van Melek, Lucas Pelizari, Gregory Korblicek, who had a disastrous qualifying but made up for it in all 3 heats, places 9th, ahead of Victory Lane's Lewis Boots, last year's mini runner-up. Then we turn our attention to the biggest subscribed class in the running of side of things, and it is X30 Senior, and it is an RSD Karting 1, 2, 3, all from Belgium, and with 6 looking at it from this perspective, 80% of the top 10 all represent this very nation. But RSD Karting has been ruling the roost in Senior X30 this weekend, because between them, they have picked up 5 out of the 6 heat wins. Charlie Gloom leads the way on 144 points, ahead of Victor Louis. Mathis Marchand, last year's X30 Senior winner, who took the opportunity to have an MP Motorsport Formula 4 test day at Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. Vince van der Halle from Buvin Power rounds out the 4th position, and there we see an MP Motorsport car with the name Ian Eijkman's on there, who was part of the Richard Mille Young Talent Academy a couple of years ago. That car is on display just out of the side of the Genk kart shop. Stig de Rey to make a new RSD Karting signing, took the last heat win of the day yesterday in the 316. He's ahead of Bram van der Weyken. CJ Bennett from Ireland is going to be one to watch. The young man in the 235 from MDL was 7th after the ranking after heats, ahead of Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Delano Valens and Kevin Bakker, who round out the top 10. In the shifter class, it was a clean sweep for the Netherlands' very own Tommy van der Stroys for MP Kart Racing Team. 3 wins out of 3, and he got a maximum score of 150 points ahead of the leading KZ Masters driver, Gil Mertens from CRG Belgium, who took 2/3 and a second. Kevin Stayhauer made his impact known in the latter stages of the day, and also all the way across it. Places P3 ahead of Jeffrey Fixer. Jens Tur, the KZ winner from last year, who also did an MP Motorsport F4 test, rounds out the top 5 ahead of Samuel Lullier. Mika van der Pava, newcomer to KZ, but is not adverse to gearbox driving in karting. He's ahead of Power Kart Racing's Luca Prima. Louis Esser from Mach 1 Motorsport and Robin Glirham round out your top 10. And a very good morning to our viewers. Franco van der Kroes, good morning to you as well in the YouTube chat, as the dummy grid has been cleared of all mechanics. So for the superheats, Iame Mini will be out for 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and the remaining classes will be out for 12 minutes plus an additional lap. A big thank you to everyone. We have reached nearly 300 subscribers, a rapid increase in numbers. So if you haven't already subscribed, you need to do so to activate the chat function after 10 minutes, as it is unsubscribers only mode. So I will keep an eye on the chat throughout the day and give you a shout out whenever I can, depending on what action is happening out on this 1,360 meter clockwise circuit that has been in operation since the mid-1980s. And then in the early 2000s, it had a revamp to the circuit we know and love now. Has hosted multiple national, European, international, and World and European Championship events over its history. Time to start finals day with the first superheat of round 1. It's time for race 16 of the meeting, the Iame Mini Superheat, set to take place over a duration of 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Louis Petrinot starts from pole position, and we'll have Bruce Chirino alongside on the front row. Harry Chapman and Toby Terhart, row 2. Matteo Campobello and Axel Linders on row 3. The Ukraine's Artem Kikireshko and Belgium's Gilles Duval round out the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10, representing the Netherlands, Kian ten Hav in the 870 and the 884 of Arthur Jassogne. Bram Konings and Martin Cekin Gomis round out row 6 ahead of Milan de Ruyt and Musabir Akbaba on row 7. Lucas van der Heeren, Matthias Lambrecht round out row 8. Matthias Cavodea and Victor Oliver Rizzo, both from Germany, round out row 9. Maxime Ball and Matt Cooper round out the top 20. Completing the 25-strong grid will be Ziad Didon, Noah Kim, Lasse van der Weide, Victor Radu and William Sitio. Matt Cooper didn't really have the best heat stay, qualified P3, but unfortunately multiple incidents meant that the driver from Belgium starts way down at the back end of the field. 75 points for a win in the superheats. And then after the superheats have been concluded, the grid will then be decided for our final later on. The Iame Minis will be out at 1:30 this afternoon. And the final for the Iame Mini will be 11 minutes plus an additional lap. For all other classes, 14 minutes plus an additional lap here at Karting Genk. Drivers now coming towards the end of their official formation lap. I've just been informed 90 points is now for the victory in the superheats. So the drivers will now get themselves into the 2x2 rolling start formation, as Paternotte and Chirino will lead the field out of the final corner. The red lights are on the gantry as we go. Revs up, lights on, and the superheat for Iame Mini gets going right now. Good start by the front row. Chirino starting to try and pull ahead of Paternotte, going round the outside at turn number 1. Will have to use the runoff area, might get the inside line. As that was Toby Terhard diving to the inside of Harry Chapman with a great switchback from the young Briton, going through into turn number 3 as they head to the Europolan for the first time. So it's Paternotte from Chirino. Chirino dives to the inside line, might get the drag, and he's pulled ahead of the Eichmanns Grand Prix Ace as there's been a bit of contact coming out, and there's a big incident, and one of which, I think that's Axel Linders that's been hit. And the other one was the 867 Maxime Ball, and well, the body language for Axel Linders tells the story of complete disappointment. Got turned around, it was 3 wide, got squeezed, turned around, and Maxime Ball had absolutely nowhere to go and hit the side of the RSD karting driver. Meantime, Bruce Chirino starting to pull away as Harry Chapman closing the gap to Louis Paternotte. Him and his dad Mike have been here, whilst Harry's mum Megan has been chewing her fingernails to the quick, I'm sure, and is on the edge of her seat watching her son out there. But Mike has admitted to me, look, it's been a bit of a learning process. We've got a yellow flag at Marshall post number 1, but no, we've got the first full course slow zone of the weekend. So now the drivers will have to go into single line formation. Multiple marshals at the scene where Axel Linders is all. We've had a drama there, and that is again on the Europolan. This time the 820 has been turned around, and that's Ziad Dudon. So drivers will now have to slow to a slower pace. So basically, it's effectively a neutralisation of what's happened. So the main thing is that both Axel Linders and Maxime Ball are both up on their own feet. That is a very, very good sign to see. Now this will bunch the entire field up, neutralise the race. Bruce Chirino at the points of when we'd gone to the full course slow zone had an advantage of 6.5 tenths of a second. Now, the procedure for this is that when the slow boards are out and a single yellow flag is waving, that means we are under these full course slow conditions. Once the flags stop waving, the next time round, we will be ready to go back to green flag conditions, which means that the drivers will have to be in a single file formation. They cannot overtake until the start-finish line. So at the moment, Chirino is leading the way ahead of Paternotte. Chapman. Matteo Campobello has moved up into 4th position ahead of Toby Terhard. Kian Tenhard up 3 places, having started 9th. Graham Connick started 11th, now runs P7. Ahead of Artem Kikireshko, Gilles Duval and Milan de Ruyt rounds out the top 10 as we have just under 5.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So yellow flags are still waving. Medical team is with, I believe that is Axel Linders. But he is walking on his own feet, so walking under his own power. So that is a very, very good sign to see. So first of all, we have had now a penalty being issued. That is for the 833 for pushing, so Bram Konings has an additional 5 seconds time penalty added to his race distance. So I would imagine we might not be that far away from getting back under green flag racing conditions. But that means as soon as the track is safe to do so, and that is a very, very good sign to see. The driver walking away on their own power. So the slow boards are still out, but I now see that the next lap after this one will mean we will go to green flag conditions very shortly. Time is ticked down to just over 3 minutes remaining on the timer. So one final lap under the full course slow conditions. And then now the green flag is being prepared on the start-finish straight, ready to let the drivers go back underway at full pelt. And it is going to be a proverbial sprint. And this is where timing of the restart is crucial. So Bruce Chirino, followed by Louis Petinot, Harry Chapman, Matteo Campobello, Toby Terhaar, Kian Tenhav, Bram Konings, Artem Kikireshko, Gilles Duval. There's our series race director Dave Ritson with the green flag in hand. Drivers now making their way through into turn 9. So the drivers will now come to marshal post number 7, and it is down to Bruce Chirino. Can he get the jump on the opposition? As we will have just under 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on the timer. Here we go, they accelerate, green flag waves, we're back underway, and now it starts. There's a big old train, the top 5 line astern heading into turn 1, and a little tap from Patinot spins Chirino, and Harry Chapman ends up as the new race leader going into turn 2, and he's got a 4-kart length lead, and it was all going to come to that moment where everything was going to concertina and one person would end up on the receiving end, as there's going to be some more moves. Bram Konings getting up the inside, but round the outside at turn 5, Matteo Campobello went round the outside of Kian Tenhav, and somebody else in the meantime. So Matteo Campobello has got through. I think he's now up into second position because he's just got through on Toby Terhaar, possibly in the 8:44. But Harry Chapman, the youngster who runs Water Swift in the United Kingdom, has now come over to Europe for the first time, and he's going to lead them onto the penultimate lap, the 8:32. So Chapman leads us on to the penultimate lap of the race and puts in the new fastest lap thereof. 1 minute 6.801. Toby Terhaar going after Matteo Campobello. And I think maybe even Bram Konings decided to try and get his elbows out. Maybe Artem Kikireshko might have just gotten up into 5th position past the 8:33 as they head down to the Europlan for what will be the penultimate time. Harry Chapman has a lead of 9/10 of a second, as Terhaar went on the offensive to the inside of Campobello. And all that Chapman's got to do, just keep on the racing line, worry about what he's got to do rather than those behind him. Timer has hit 0 here in the Iame Mini Superheats. but out of the final corner, it is going to be last lap board. Harry Chapman in the 8:32 leads us across the line, and he has a lead of 9.5 tenths of a second ahead of PJM's Matteo Campobello. Fusion Benelux's Toby Terhar rounds out your top three. Then it's Kian Tenhav and Artem Kikireshko rounding out the top five, followed by Bram Konix, who's got a 5-second post-race penalty. Milan de Ruyt will make that will probably make him up into sixth position. As down the Europelan go our leaders for the final time, and Chapman really doesn't have anything to worry about. If Campobello and Terhar were right with him, he would have to start defending like crazy. Through turn 9 for the final time, and it's the short run down to Cafe Corner at turn 10. The checkered flag is being prepared, and what a moment to have here at the home of champions on your first European race. Terhar up the inside of Campobello, but Chapman is going to win the super final, the super heats, and Toby Terhar pips Matteo Campobello to the line. It was next to nothing, about 75 thousandths of a second, but Harry Chapman, the youngster from the United Kingdom, wins the super heats in Iame Mini despite a very lengthy full course slow procedure after a big incident between Axel Linders and Maxime Ball on the opening lap just on the Europelan. But Harry Chapman wins by 1.1 seconds after 8 laps here in the Iame Mini super heats. Toby Terhar takes P2, just a fraction ahead of Matteo Campobello. Kian Tenhav and Milan de Ruyt round out your top 5. De Ruyt with the fastest lap, 1:04.072. Artem Kikireshko, Louis Paternot, Gilles Dual, Matthias Cavulea made up 8 places as the German for CV Motorsport and JP Motorsport moved up to 9th ahead of PJM's Arthur Jassogne at the flag. Bram Konix drops to 11th after the penalty. Lucas van der Heerde, Bruce Chirino finishes in 13th. Matt Cooper and Lasse van der Weide round out your top 15 ahead of Musa Bera Akbaba, Noah Kim, Martin Chekin Gomis, Zia Dodon and Mathis Lambrecht rounding out the top 20. William Sitio, Vincent Oliver Rizzo, Victor Radu rounding out the 23 finishers, with Axel Linders and Maxime Ball out on the opening lap. But Harry Chapman wins his first race here in continental Europe.
un film de boule ou quoi? Tu occupes à penser à ce qu'il va manger le soir. Bon, ça va le faire manger. Mais au lieu de faire ça sur Facebook, fais ça sur Insta, comme ça tu vois tous tes followers. La cuisine à Fabien. Fabien, oui.
Now we go from Iame Mini to X30 Junior for our next race. It's race 17 of the meeting, and it is the X30 Junior Superheat. Starting from pole position will be Sweden's Ludwig Granqvist. Thijs van Hals from the Netherlands will be alongside on the front row. Lionel Munguia and Ches Pedersen will be lining up on row 2. Zoltan Koigny will be joined by Theo Polican on row 3, with Tren van Malik and Lucas Pellizzari rounding out your top 4 rows. Gregory Korblicek and Lewis Boots round out your top 10. Joshua Lorison and Adam Bourne round out row 6. Row 7, Len Gökman and Louis Bieland. Sacha Duquet and Gauthier Mecquet round out the top 8 rows, with the following drivers rounding out your top 20. Ronan Kamphaus, Linus Tysted, Dorian Grandjean and Edouard Gauffoy. Jules Decoun, Charles Van Kellicom, Isaac Zahiri, Mathis Mouche, Antoine Boots will round out the 25-strong grid. As far as I'm aware, that Mohamed El Bouzaki is due to start 26th. Looks like Gregory Korblicek has managed to get out onto the circuit. It looks like Mohamed El Bouzaki will be a non-starter. 11 minutes plus an additional lap for these drivers here in this particular Super Heat, which will be over 12 minutes plus an additional lap. So the drivers will now be instructed to slow down as they make their way out of turn 9 and down into Cafe Corner, the sweeping right-hander at turn 10, just in front of the grandstand and the a la carte brasserie here at the circuit. So the red lights are on the starting gantry ahead of 12 minutes. It's revs up and the lights did not go out, but we've had a cart hit the barriers just off of the flag waving post. And oh, we've had another driver go off the circuit, 135. Zoltan Koigny from Spirit Karting. So yellow flags being shown circuit white, but the red flag is now being shown. So we will be under red flag conditions after a calamitous start to the superheat for X30 Junior. Trying to see from my vantage point who exactly was the driver that ended up going off on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight just before the line. So drivers being stopped on the start-finish straight. The main thing is that the driver involved in that hefty hit to the foam barriers just off of the start-finish line is, and that is the 116. Okay, so Charles van Kellecom. Main thing is he's okay. So the barriers are being hastily rearranged before the restart. Well, they'll be sent on one formation lap, and then we'll go try and start the race again here in the X30 Junior Superheat. I'm hoping that for Charles van Kellecom he's able to rejoin, but looking at the Nassau panel, it's askew a little bit to the right-hand side. But the kart did go into the barriers at quite a big velocity as the grid is now being reorganised. So if you are watching along on the Karting Champions League YouTube channel, please, if you've already subscribed, you are able to utilise the chat function. So we'd love to hear from you and hear who you're cheering along. So we reset the grid for the resumption of the X30 Junior Superheat here at Karting Genk. The grid is due to be as follows. Ludwig Granquist starts on pole position. Thijs van House alongside. Lionel Mungria and Ches Pedersen on row 2. Zoltan Koenyi and Theo Polican row 3. Row 4, Trent van Malik and Lucas Pellizzari from the Netherlands and Luxembourg respectively. Gregory Korblicek from Germany starts 9th ahead of alongside Lewis Boots from Belgium. Joshua Lawson and Adam Bourne round out the top 12, ahead of Len Gukman and Louis Bieland. Sacha Duquet and Gauthier Maquet round out row 8. Row 9, Ronan Kamphaus and Linus Dijsted, Dorian Grandjean and Edouard Godefroy rounding out your top 20. Jules de Koon due to start alongside Charles van Killecon, who had that impact with the foam barriers just by the timing beam. Starts 22nd. Isaac Zahiri, Mathis Mouche and Antoine Boots round out the grid. Mohamed El Bouzaki will be a non-starter once again. So, one formation lap, and then we get the grid into order. At 12 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So the drivers will now start to line up in the customary 2x2 rolling start formation. As they come out of the final corner, the drivers will be instructed to slow as they head into the tram lines, and then we have the acceleration phase to see if the lights go out. Drivers instructed to slow into the tram lines, revs up. Lights on, lights are out, and the superheat gets going for X30 Junior. Grandquist leads the way. Munguia right behind. They both managed to keep Van House at bay. And Grandquist holds on to the lead through into turn number 2. 3 wide. Someone nearly goes grass tracking to the outside and loses about 4 or 5 spots in the meantime. And now it's side by side for the race lead. Grandquist versus Munguia. And to the inside, I think there might have been just a change for the lead. And it is Lionel Munguia that leads the way. But here comes the fast-charging Dutchman in the form of Ches Pedersen. He's just gotten up into second and has got through on pole sitter Linus Grandquist. And I think maybe that could be Theo Polican in 4th position. Trying to look to the inside through at turn number 11 is the 187. And just behind them, Thijs Van House, who started on the outside of the front row, has dropped to 5th position, but leading the way. Munguia leads. Pedersen right behind him, about 2.5 tenths of a second or so adrift. Polican, Grandquist. Then it's Thijs Van House. Trent Van Malik has made his way up into 6th position. Ronan Kamphaus has jumped up the order 10 places and runs 7th. Head of Korblicek. Gurkman up into 9th. Duquet up into 10th. But the top 2 have broken away to the tune of about 1.2 seconds. But Ches Pedersen, new signing at Victory Lane for 2026, is closing in on Munguia. Where is Pedersen going to try and attempt the overtake? That's the big question. But there's still plenty of this race to go. We are nearly 2 minutes of the way through this 12-minute plus an additional lap encounter. And there's a big gap between Len Gukman and Sacha Duquet, which last time around was to the tune of about 2 seconds. And Pedersen finding some space, and he nearly dives up the inside through at turn 2 on Munguia to get the race lead as they head towards turn 5. He's to the inside, and he gets the move done. Munguia might have the opportunity, but Pedersen signals to him and says, right, work with me. But despite the fact they're from opposing teams, sometimes it can be to your betterment that you work with the individual that's either behind or in front of you. But they have got Theo Polican, the 187 from France, trying to close them in. Unfortunately, Zoltan Coigny has retired from the race, so a real shame for the youngster from Switzerland in the 135. It might have been the cart that was pulled off before we got going again. Black and white warning flag to the 111 of Sasha Duque as Munguia returns the favour through at turn 1. Retakes the lead off of Pedersen, who was trying to get through at turn 2. Stays in the wheel tracks of the 121 in front. And Pedersen takes the tighter line through at turn 5. He takes a quick look over his right shoulder, sees Theo Polycar not that far behind him. And looking at it from this perspective, Polycar has taken a chunk of time out of race leader. Pedersen, it was nearly 0.2 of a second over sector 1. Sector 2, Polycar has just gone purple. 17.03. A tenth and a half quicker than Pedersen, who is trying to see if he can find a way through on Munguia across the line. Tenth and a half between the two at the front end of the field. And Munguia does a nice job of keeping Pedersen from getting past him. Just stays on the line on the run into turn 1. Now up to 5 once again. Biggest mover at the moment. Well, 1, 2, 4. Ronan Kampfhaus started 17th. Now is up into 4th position, having just got past pole sitter Ludwig Granqvist from Sweden. Last time around, after 4 laps, it was just over half a second, as Polycar is finding time in every single sector, every single corner. So the youngster from France trying to close in on the 2 Dutch drivers in front. 7 minutes to go, and the gap is 0.4 of a second. Pedersen again trying to get through on Munguia at turn 1. Munguia makes the back bumper as wide as humanly possible on the 119. Not allowing just Pedersen an opportunity to get through, but the 121 from Victory Lane dives to the inside at 5. Gets through. A little adjustment on the radiator there. Munguia returns the favour through at 6. And Polycar is now with them. This is a 3-way scrap for the race lead as they hurtle their way through into turn 9. Over the line astern, coming out of the turn 6-7 chicane off of the Europolan. We're fast approaching the halfway point of this race, and Polycar dives to the inside. Slight sidewall touching between him and Pedersen, and Polycar gets through by a whisker for 2nd position. The gap between the top 3 now 0.4 of a second. And Ronan Kampfhaus has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 56.917. And that was over half a second quicker than the 121 from the Netherlands in front of him. Meantime, Antoine Boots, one of the biggest movers up the order so far in this race, has gone up 12 positions, rounds out the top 13. But more to the point, Kampfhaus is absolutely flying on the 124 entry. So it could be a quartet very shortly. Kampfhaus is absolutely flying, like I said. He's gone purple in sector 1, purple in sector 2. Top 3 still lying astern. 5-second time penalty going to 1-3-0. Lewis Boots, who's tumbled all the way down to the bottom of the order. The top 4 now covered by just under 1.5 seconds. 0.379 of a second covers our top 3. As Polycar to the inside. Pedersen's going to make it briefly 3 wide coming out of turn 5, and he says to Polycar, right, just follow me. Munguia with the Redeka kart team doing a very, very good job of holding on to that race lead, but look at the gap. It is closing. The top 3 are hemorrhaging time to Kampfhaus, who is closing as we speak. Now the top 4 covered by just under 7/10. It's going to be a game of musical chairs. Peterson through on the inside of Munguia through at turn 1. Polycarp trying to get through as well. Switches to the inside through in turn 2. Bumps over the curbs. Munguia goes grass tracking and through goes Ronan Kamphaus. Running with KCR team. And again, well, Kamphaus punching really, really high above his weight in this race and just showing that he's had the presence of mind to just get through all the mess in front of him. Edouard Gauffoy now up into P10 ahead of Gregory Korblich. As there goes Kamphaus up the inside of Polycarp. Through at turn 10 at Cafe Corner and takes second position away from the youngster from France. So Kamphaus put in some blistering laps like he was qualifying as we've got just under 3¼ minutes to go. Peterson now leads. Kamphaus second, Polycarp P3. Munguia now has dropped a little bit further back in the meantime and is 1.7 seconds off. The top three at this moment in time cannot really be separated. Kamphaus is one of 3 drivers that has made up double digits worth of places gained. He's up 15 places and now will challenge fellow countryman Ches Peterson for the race lead here in the X30 Junior Superheat. We now complete 10 laps of the 1.36 kilometre circuit. Black and white warning flag for 169. France's Isaac Zahiri. As now we have had a change for the lead. Kamphaus through on Peterson. It was only 77 thousandths of a second behind the 1-2-1 from Victory Lane as they went across the line. Dived to the inside, got the job done, and Peterson decided, you know what, I don't need to fight that. I'm probably in a better position now, staying in second or third, because as soon as you come out of that final corner here at Genk, the slipstream is quite massive, especially if you stay in the dirty air of the cars in front. Peterson takes a look over his right shoulder, going down into turn number 10. But the way things are going, I think we're going to have 3 more laps to go after this. So lap 11 about to be completed. And Kamphaus, again, has gone purple in the middle sector. Could this be another fastest lap by the race leader? Not quite. Near enough, 56.998. There's a little bit further back. There is still some battling way. So Ludwig Granquist has got through on Rebecca Kart team's Lionel Munguia. Thijs Van House is there in situ with them as well in the 140 entry. But with 40 seconds still remaining on the counter, plus an additional lap. Kamphaus has stormed his way from 17th on the grid and now leads and is starting to pull away. The sunshine once again starting to brighten its way over the circuit. There is a bit of cloud cover, but there is some sunlight bursting through the clouds, bringing warmth and a little bit of heat to the tarmac, which should hopefully help it to evolve. As Lionel Munguia gets through on Ludwig Granquist, and they are still battling away, going through into turns 3 and 4 as our leaders hit turn 5. Polycarp looks to be left a little bit in the wake of both Kamphaus and Peterson, as Granquist and Munguia still squabbling over P4 with Van House waiting. Edouard Gauffoy has made his way up from 20th on the grid, now runs P8 and is ahead of the likes of Lucas Pellizzari and Antoine Boots, who ran at the top 10. Ches Peterson now will get the hurry-up sign from the mechanic, because next time around it is going to be last lap. So 1.36 kilometres left to go. And it is going to be the case of, can Ches Peterson try and get through on Ronan Kamphaus at turn 1? Not quite. Peterson's got to wait for his time to get through. Stays in the wheel tracks through turns 2, 3 and now 4 into turn 5. And Peters is going to take the title line, but then slot back in behind Kamphaus as they go down the back straight away. For the last time here on lap number 14, out of 14. Both bump over the curbs through turns 6 and 7. Through 8 for the final time. Can Ches Pedersen try and get the run on Ronan Kamphaus? It could be a photo finish at the line as they go through into Cafe Corner. Just a few more corners remain. Turn 11, the left-hander, as they will accelerate down towards the final section. Where is Ches Pedersen going to place his kart? Through into the final couple of corners, and from 17th on the grid, it's checkered flag for Ronan Kamphaus from KCR Racing Team, who wins it ahead of Ches Pedersen by just over a tenth and a half. What a drive by this youngster from the Netherlands. Ronan Kamphaus for KCR wins the X30 Junior Superheat by just 0.164 of a second ahead of Ches Pedersen. Theo Polican rounds out your top 3 ahead of Lionel Munguia, and pole sitter for the Superheat like Ludwig Granqvist. Thijs van Hals, Tren van Malik and Edouard Godefroy round out your top 8. Godefroy made up 12 places from 20th on the grid. Lucas Pellizzari 9th ahead of Antoine Boots, who started last in 25th and ends up 10th. Jules de Koen made up 10 places to finish 11th. Len Gökman finishes 12th ahead of Gregory Korblicek, and Luxembourg's Matthias Musch and Denmark's Linus Dijsted round out your top 15. Louis Bieland, Joshua Lawson, Sacha Duquet, Adam Bourne, Gauthier Maquet round out your top 20. With Dorian Grandjean, Louis Boots, Isaac Zahiri and Charles van Kellecom able to finish the race. Zoltan Koini didn't get past lap 1, and Mohamed El Bouzaki, unfortunately, a non-starter. But Ronan Kamphaus, storming drive, making up 16 places to take victory in the X30 Junior Superheat. So now we go for Junior X30 to Senior X30, and a very, very good morning to Louis Bazire, who joins us on the live stream. Good morning, Louis. He said, yes, I'm very well, thank you very much. And yes, X30 Junior, very, very interesting indeed. Let's take you through the grid for Superheat A. Charlie Gloom and Mathis Merchant will have an all front row for RSD Karting. Stig the Rademaker and MDL's CJ Bennett will be on row 2. Delano Valens and Max Hazel, row 3. Alexandre Mercier and Marcus Gloom, row 4. Oscar Goodshow and last year's Karting Champions League X30 Junior winner Aaron Vida round out your top 10. Roberto Baz and Flavio Caira round out row 6 ahead of Annabelle Bryan, and Faris Jalil, who was quickest in qualifying in Group 2 just the other day. Boris Verhagen and Angelo Mali round out row 8. Enzo Ferrari and Mathis Blankert round out row 9, with Kazort House and Matteo Rivals rounding out your top 20. Yanni Bouillet, Lorenzo Notorigo, Matt Pereira Simon, Danny Burrs and Tom Schultz bring up the rear of the field. .25 drivers now go on to their official formation lap. The red lights ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 12 minutes, plus an additional lap of racing. But it has been the fact that RSD Karting, with the crack squad of drivers they have brought this weekend, 5 out of 6 heat wins yesterday. And with 3 of their drivers making up the front row and the inside of row number 2, they do say that strength is in numbers. So the X30 Seniors taking part in Superheat A, slow to a crawl. It is going to be Charlie Gloom and the defending X30 Senior winner from last year, Mathis Merschelt, on the front row. Into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, lights are out, and Superheat A gets going. Straight away to the inside, there's CJ Bennett. He dived in to the inside, mugged a lot of them, and takes the race lead as the man from Ireland. 2 three-way scraps going through into turn 3. There's been a little bit of a touching affair going on. One cart of which that's just gone off is the 202 of Tom Schultz, along with the 230 of Belgium's Mathis Blanquart. But it is CJ Bennett that leads the way and has got a 4 to 6 cart length advantage. Change of foot for 4th position between some of the RSD karting committee that we've got as part of this grid. There's going to be a dive to the inside. I don't know if that might be possibly Delano Vellens. But after the opening lap, it is Ireland's CJ Bennett for Team MDL that leads the way after the opening lap. And he has a lead over Stig de Rademaker of 7/10 of a second. Max Hazel, Marcus Gloom, Charlie Gloom, Mathis Merschelt round out your top 6. Alexander Mercier up past Delano Vellens for P7. Flavio Caira now up into 9th, head of Adam Vida. So we really have got a race on our hands as Marcus Gloom dives to the inside of Max Hazel. And that is a change for 3rd position. But as you can see by our drone shots, ladies and gentlemen, the track is not completely 100% bone dry, but there is some sort of like water residue, but that will hopefully dissipate as the race carries on. 10¼ minutes still remaining, and CJ Bennett is starting to stretch out a little bit of a lead, maybe by 1/2 tenth or 1/10.5 per sector. Max Hazel dives through and retakes 3rd place as Stig de Rademaker drops down into 4th. Max Hazel has just been blindsided by 3 RSD karts, so that would state to me that de Rademaker through, Merschelt through, Charlie Gloom now through. Max Hazel drops all the way down into 6th position. And now the chase starts in earnest. Merschelt down to the inside on de Rademaker, and that could be that's going to be very costly. Charlie Gloom dives in as well on Stig de Rademaker going into turn number 6, and the 316, the youngster from Belgium, ends up with the short end of the stick, and a dive bomb and a half there by the 246 of Charlie Gloom on Max Hazel through into turn 10, and now it's become a bit of a free-for-all as those in front are starting to clear off into the distance. Marcus Gloom leads. CJ Bennett now in P2. Mathis Merschelt now 3rd. Alexander Mercier is nearly a 3-wide tangle into turn 1. Someone ended up having to use the runoff area, possibly Adam Vida, I would imagine. That's the 368 for the MP kart racing team. And Oscar Gucho definitely making up some places. Gets ahead of Max Hazel from Germany. There's Adam Vida just behind. Stig de Rademaker now loses out a position, and that is it to Matteo Rivals. Looks to be, yes, Matteo Rivals on the Dream Racing entry. So Stig de Rademaker has found that everyone else has got their elbows out, including WJS Racing's Roberto Bars. So the 316 finding he's between a rock and a hard place at the moment. But Marcus Gloom starting to pull away. He's put in the fastest lap of the race of 55.273. CJ Bennett is still holding on to 2nd at the moment, but Mathis Merschelt is closing the gap to around about 4 and a bit tenths of a second. Mercier, Gloom, and we've had dramas there for the 325, I'm afraid. Enzo Ferrari, and is now going to find that Tom Schultz has decided to dive up the inside of him at turn number 4. Meantime, CJ Bennett has got Mathis Merschelt closing in on him. And that is the battle for P2. If they start battling too hard, then it could be the opportunity for Alexandre Mercier in the 2.90, who rounds out the top 4 to close. Charlie Gloom, as there, is now 5th, as Mathis Michaud gets through on CJ Bennett. So the man for MDL in the 2.35 representing Ireland now finds himself in 3rd place. It's been the strongest weekend I think I've seen for CJ Bennett for a very, very long time. Ran for a couple of seasons with Victory Lane and had some up and downs, let's say, during the last couple of seasons, but now finding a new home at MDL, he's really found his stride. New chassis, new team, new environment, and he seems to be flourishing at the moment. 6.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap of this opening superheat for the X30 Senior Division. So, right, mechanical black flag, and that is going, unfortunately, to the 3-2-8 Angelo Milly. Mechanical black flag. So, unfortunately for the Belgian, who's all the way down in 23rd, he's going to have to park that into the pits. I think he's just dived into it, so that is a very, very much a shame for Angelo Milly. Meantime, still plenty of battling. Yanni Bouillet, who started 21st, now runs 12th. New fastest lap of the race by the 2.14 with PJM. So he's making some headway. He's closing in on Stig de Rademaker for what is 11th position. Mathis Michaud now puts in the new fastest lap of the race. Has a dive to the inside on the 2.42. That was Faris Jalil for CG Motorsport. He gets through. And the driver from Dream Racing, who helped Sam Balota in 2024 to finally capture the Iame Series Benelux X30 Senior crown after a big battle with Alessandro Tudisca that year. Tudisca was absolutely on top form for the last couple of rounds of the season. It all came down to one very, very wet X30 Senior A Final in October in Corbin in Belgium. Enzo Ferrari has tumbled all the way down to 24th, I'm afraid, as we've got 4.5 minutes to go, plus that additional lap. And Michaud is no longer the fastest driver around the track. That goes to Faris Jalil. And good to see Helena Blankensport joining us. Morning, Helena. Yep, waiting for the shifters. They'll be out as the last superheat before the lunch break, waiting for the shifters. Mick had some good lap times in warm-up. Yep. We'll see how that translates to the superheat a little bit later on. But meantime, Marcus Gloom leading an RSD Karting 1-2 by about 1.1 seconds. CJ Bennett still holding on at the moment to P3, but has got Alexandre Mercier closing in. So we now go on to lap number 10 of the race, and Marcus Gloom's lead is being whittled away by Mathis Michaud, and it's gone down to just over 9/10 of a second. Adam Vida trying to close in on the 2.77 of Faris Jalil. This is the battle for P6, as there is Alexandre Mercier closing in on the 2.35 of MDL's CJ Bennett. They come out of turn number 9. Bennett sticking to the racing line, trying to not provide an opportunity for Mercier to get through as they come out of the left-hand sweeper, which will bring them onto the final couple of corners. Out of turn 11. And there goes Mercier to the inside. Bennett trying with a switchback. Might get the slipstream coming down the start-finish straight. Over the line they go. Where's Bennett going to park the car? Well, decides, as Mercier is staying on the racing line, he will not try and jeopardise the race for both of them. It's either about that sense of urgency, but there are also that times where there's a sense of desperation where someone's going to go in there and not have possibly logically thought it through of what the outcome might be. But then when you have that sense of urgency, you pick your moments when they fit you best and also fit the situation at its best as well at the same time. 10 minutes down, 2 to go here in the first superheat for X30 Senior. And Matthias Michelt is lighting up the timesheets purple again. He is closing that gap to Marcus Gloom. You can see that some drivers will like to stay out in front. And then you'll have drivers like Michelt. Last year, when him winning the MP4 Motorsport Test Day at Marienburg, started from around 40th in qualifying and then came through to win the final. And then that's something you couldn't really write. To the inside of CJ Bennett, who's now demoted to 5th position. That is Charlie Gloom going through, and that is a change for 4th place. Meantime, Michelt is not giving up so far. He just took nearly 0.2 of a second out of teammate Marcus Gloom on the opening sector. Went quickest by about half a tenth in sector 2. Two laps remain. Very, very close on lap times. Matthias Michelt, with no purple sectors, has just gone in and put in a 55.034, and he is not even a kart length behind his teammate Marcus Gloom as they go into the Europolan, now on the accelerator. To around about 115, 120 kilometers an hour before they slam on the brakes. Rotate the kart through into turn 6 and 7, through the sweeper at 8, so last 2 laps here in the X30 Senior Superheat A are looking rather exciting. We could actually be on the last lap next time around because the time is counting down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, timer hit 0. Last lap is underway. What's the gap between Gloom and Michelt? 0.268 of a second. Michelt lost time in the middle sector last time round, so he's going to make up for it this time. Through into turn 4 they go here on lap number 14. Michelt closes in under braking. Now down the back straightaway for the final time. Michelt might be trying to pick his moments. But Michelt was quicker by 8/100ths in the opening sector. He was quicker by 4/100ths in sector 2. But could it be a run to the line between the two RSD karting teammates? Michelt, will he put it to the inside? No, but is he going to get the overspeed coming out of the final corner? It's going to be close. It's a photo finish at the line. And it is Marcus Gloom that wins the Superheat A by just 59 thousandths of a second ahead of Matthias Michelt. Alexandre Mercier rounds out your top 3. Charlie Gloom, CJ Bennett, Aaron Vida, Farid Jalil, Matteo Rivals, Yanni Bouillet and Oscar Gudshow round out your top 10. Rivals and Bouillet made up 12 places each to finish in the top 10. Good effort by both drivers. Stig de Rademaker would eventually finish 11th, ahead of Max Hazel, Delano Vellens, Flavio Caja and Boris Verhaag, who round out the top 15. Kaz Orthaus, Roberto Bars, Danny Burrs, Lorenzo Notorigo and Annabelle Bryan round out your top 20. Matt Pereira Simon, Mathis Blanquet, Enzo Ferrari and Tom Schultz round out the finishers, whereas Angelo Mali would retire in the 3:28 after a mechanical black flag on lap 6. But Marcus Gloom makes it 6 wins out of 7 for RST karting here in X30 Senior. What's going to happen in Superheat B is coming up shortly. Now time for our penultimate superheat of the opening round of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series. Time for X30 Senior Superheat B. Here is your starting grid. Victor Louis starts from pole position with Vince van der Haller alongside on the front row. Bran van der Weyken and Matthias van der Kjauwhof round out row number 2. Kevin Bakker and Clément Outron round out row 3, ahead of Arthur Huang and Sam van der Heyden. Pepin Steiger and Aurelio Giustinelli round out the top 10. Raffaele Santocorno and Sam Galuk round out row 6, ahead of Eva Dorrestein and Levi Sanguera rounding out row 7. Roman Saleh and Spencer Allen on row 8. Row 9, Luca Moulin and Senna Meunier. Gauthier San Juan and Noah Mengal round out your top 20, and completing the 24-strong grid will be Bertrand Saxe, Zachary Gernon, Simone Salazzo and Corentin Perrault. So the drivers now are on their official formation lap, making their way through turn 8 and turn 9 as we speak. Air temperature has been quite consistent this morning, 8 degrees centigrade. North-northwesterly wind to the tune of around 9 kilometers an hour. There's still brightness from the skies up above. The top part of the grandstand just outside of the a la carte brasserie looks to be very, very busy indeed. As Victor Louis and Vince van der Haller will have to control the pace. The red lights are on the starting gantry for our penultimate superheat of this first of 2 rounds of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series. Drivers instructed to slow, and now it's time to get things underway. Revs up, lights on, lights are out, first time, and a good start by Victor Louis. Kevin Bakker also getting a good start. Vince van der Haller gets a little bit of a touch going into turn 1. We've got 2 spinners at the back of the field, one of which is, that's Levi Sanguera, and that bumper is dragging on the ground. The 2 bolts have come adrift. So straight away, he knows that his race is done and dusted before it's even gone and going. It's a real shame for the Canadian who started on the outside of row number 7 as the field goes down the Europlan for the first time. Quite a few drivers trying to muscle their way in, and the 311 has just gone off, and there's more dramas. 317 is off, and also 317, Zachary Gernon. So again, just some really, really dramatic moments. And it was the 311 of Spencer Allen for MDL. So straight away, mechanical black flag for Levi Sanguera. And there is Zachary Gernon's cart being pulled away from Marshall. So the Belgian unable to carry on in this race. Gauthier San Juan, I think, might have also had his own drama in the aftermath of what happened. But Victor Louis trying to pull away early. Arthur Huang from VDK Racing now up into P2. Bran van der Weyken now down into 3rd position. Kevin Bakker 4th. Clément Outron up to 5th. Pepin Steiger, who started 9th. As now we're going to see a lot of drivers having a bit of a 2 and 8. Sam van der Heyden ahead of the likes of Aurelio Giustinelli. Eva Dorrestein for Kuna Racing in the 266 now has moved up 2 places, up to 11th, head of Sam Galuk Raffaele Santacorno. There's going to be some tries for attempted change of position, as Kevin Bakker has been passed by Clément Outron from Dream Racing. So change for fourth. So Zachary Gurnan out. Levi Sanguera, unfortunately, has to retire with a flailing right side of the rear bumper. Looks like the bolts had been ripped asunder from the chassis, and that was it. It was dragging on the right side, and Sanguera slammed the steering wheel in frustration, knew instantly that the race was done and he couldn't do anything about it. Victor Louis leads the way after our third lap of racing. Arthur Wang did put in the fastest lap of the race, but that has gone to Clément Outron, who is closing in on Bouvin Powers, Bran van der Weyken. Outron's bringing Kevin Bakker from victory lane along with him for the ride. Pepin Steiger is not that far adrift either, but yeah, Clément Outron's last lap, 55.316. He's got the possibility of slipstream here down into turn 6 and 7, but then uses his savoir-faire, so to speak, and racecraft in this division. Van der Weyken last year ran as a junior, now has moved up to the bigger class, still showing good prowess in the 396. Sven van der Heyden has gone purple sector 1, Pepin Steiger sector 2, sector 3 still purple for that one is our race leader Victor Louis, as Arthur Wang has just put in the did put in the fastest lap of the race. Now that's gone to Pepin Steiger. Arthur Wang now 6/10 off of Victor Louis. Of course, Arthur ran as a junior X30 driver last year. But when will Clément Outron dive to the inside? He goes now, and the back end starts bunny hopping for the Dream Racing driver representing France. And there is Kevin Bakker waiting in the wings. So is Pepin Steiger in the 227. Vince van der Holle not that far behind. And it looks like that could also bring in Sven van der Heyden, who is about 4 to 6, maybe 10, well, 4 to 8 kart lengths behind Vince van der Holle, who's gone purple sector 1. The gap between Victor Louis and Arthur Wang is closing. Black and white warning flag has been shown to the 2-3-4. Gauthier San Juan from Switzerland, who's all the way down in 22nd position. Simon Solazzo and Quentin Perrault round out the top 20 as Kevin Bakker dives to the inside of Bran van der Weyken. Clément Outron has already got through and has pulled away into the distance. And then Van der Weyken returns the favour, and Kevin Bakker nearly gets caught up in a melee behind. That was very, very lucky, because you had the likes of Bakker's teammate at victory lane, Sven van der Heyden, Vince van der Holle and Pepin Steiger in that battle. So that could give an opportunity to the likes of Aurelio Giustinelli in 10th and Matthias van der Kerkhoff in 9th. So if they keep on battling away, then those two will catch. 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Black and white warning flag being shown on the DigiFlag once again to the 2-3-4 of San Juan. But this battle here is really heating up. A quartet of drivers being led now by Vince van der Holle. Sven van der Heyden now up into 7th. Pepin Steiger now 8th. And with them, there is Matthias van der Kerkhoff, I believe. Let's just have a look. Well, there's Kevin Bakker. There's Matthias van der Kerkhoff. And Aurelio Giustinelli in the 287. Still nearly the best part of one half of the race left to go, but Victor Louis is continuing to lead, and he has gone over 2/10 quicker than Arthur Wang and expanded the lead that he has to just over 9/10 of a second. In time, Matthias van der Kerkhoff has got through on teammate Kevin Bakker. So that is a change for 8th position, and Giustinelli dives to the inside of the 255 from the Netherlands gets through. So Kevin Bakker is going to have to watch his 6 in a very short while again, because there is under braking Team Kuhne's Eva Dorrestein in the 266. Bertrand Sachs is about a second away. So whilst people have been battling, others behind have started to close on in. And make good their intentions here in the second superheat. After this, once all the decisions have been ratified and confirmed, then the top 36 drivers will head into the Senior X30 A Final at around about 2:20 this afternoon. The remaining drivers will then be able to compete in the B Final, as we have over 46 drivers, which means that we have enough drivers for a B Final later on today. Eight minutes down, 1/3 of the race still to go. 4 minutes plus an additional lap left on the timer. And Matthias van der Kerkhoff has now got the fastest lap of the race, a 55.019. Aurelio Giustinelli, who is behind him, has just gone purple sector 1, personal best sector 2. Victor Louis still has the fastest middle sector of anybody with a 16.3 dead on the nose. Van der Kerkhoff has the fastest final sector of the race, but Victor Louis is starting to pull away from Arthur Huang, and the gap has now expanded to 1.5 seconds. Clément Outran, looking at his lap times, slightly quicker than Arthur Huang, but not able to get into that 1.6 second deficit that he has. But a nice little sweeping move there by Aurelio Giustinelli, and that was on Pepin Steiger. As we have got the two teammates from Bouvin Power line astern. Bran van der Weyken ahead of teammate Vince van der Halle, and they have got Sam van der Heyden, Matthias van der Kerkhoff all over them at the minute. Aurelio Giustinelli's the first driver to dip underneath the 55-second barrier this race. 54.984, as we have just over 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer to go. And there goes Bran van der Weyken on the inside at turn 1 on Vince van der Halle. Then there's a queue of carts just behind. Sam van der Heyden, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Aurelio Giustinelli and Pepin Steiger. And this is going to be an epic battle. Well, to the inside, Pepin Steiger dives through on Aurelio Giustinelli at turn 6 onto the first part of the chicane at the end of the Europolon. Coming up to the final 2 minutes plus an additional lap. And Victor Louis is starting to extend his lead. Now it's 2.4 seconds. It's a further 1.1 seconds as the two Bouvin Power teammates start to fight. Van der Weyken through and Van der Halle. And Sam van der Heyden is waiting in the wings. Behind a victory lane teammate, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, as all the two teammates come together. Oh, that's caused a big drama. Vince van der Halle, 2 wheels on the grass, down the back straight, and he loses positions. He's lost 3 on the bounce. They both inadvertently clattered into each other going through turn 5. And then that opened the door for Van der Kerkhoff, Van der Heyden, Steiger and Bakker, and that was a bit of a naughty little shove there by Van der Halle on Kevin Bakker going through into turn 10. Van der Halle trying to get the over-under coming out of the final corner. It's nearly 3 wide. As Bertrand Saxa is with them. And Saxa is now making this very, very racy indeed, as Kevin Bakker has no alternative but to use the runoff area there. And that has put another kart through, possibly the likes of either Raffaele Santocon or Norman Gal. So Bran van der Weyken just trying to hold on at the minute, as we haven't got that long left to go in the race. Clément Outran trying to close in on Arthur Huang for P2. Next time around, it will be the last lap, and don't tell me that there's going to be more into teammate battles between Van der Kerkhoff and Van der Heyden. As that was Utrecht through on Arthur Huang. That was like a hot knife through cold butter by the French driver from Dream Racing, Clément Utrecht, now in P2. Final lap is very much underway. Victor Louis is way up the road in the number 216 from RSD Karting. He is 3 seconds clear and climbing. Meantime, it is Van der Kerkhoff battling away with Bran van der Weken. Zen van der Heyden battling away with Pepin Steiger. And these are 4 positions. But our race leader is going to make it through. It was quite an interesting one with an RSD Karting victory in 1 superheat. We've done it again. Victor Louis is victorious here in Superheat B. Clément Utrecht, what a great drive from the Dream Racing ace from France. Finishing ahead of VDK Racing's Arthur Huang as more drivers come across the line. Some nearly 2, some nearly 3 wide. But Victor Louis takes the victory in the 2:16 by 2.15 seconds. Ahead of Clément Utrecht, Arthur Huang rounds out your top 3. Followed by Bran van der Weken, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Sem van der Heyden, Pepin Steiger. Good work by Bertrand Saxe to make up 13 places to finish in P8. Ahead of Aurelio Giustinelli and Raffaele Santocorno, the 2 RSD Karting drivers rounding out your top 10. Corner Racing's David Dorrestein finished 11th, ahead of Vince van der Halle, Senna Meunier, Kevin Bakker, Luca Moulin, Romain Soleil, Sam Galuk and Noah Mengal. Simon Salazzo and Spencer Allen, who had a drama coming off of the entry point into turn 8, midway point of the race, ran out your top 20. Gauthier San Juan and Corentin Perrault complete the 22 runners and riders. Levi Sangera out with a drift rear bumper, and Zachary Gernon out before the race for him even gotten started. But Victor Louis victorious in Superheat B for Senior X30. Time for our last superheat of round one of the Winter Series. And we now turn our attention to the very, very highly charged, fast-paced shifters class. Here's your starting grid. Tommy van der Stroy's 3 for 3 so far this weekend, plus pole position in time qualifying. Can he be beaten? Gil Mertens will line up alongside as the leading KZ Masters driver on the front row. Kevin Stayhauer and Jeffrey Fixer ran out row number 2. Jens Strøer, last year's KZ winner, as he starts on the inside of row number 3. He'll be joined by Switzerland's Samuel Luyet. Mika van der Pavet and Luca Prima on row 4 with Louis Esser and Robin Glerum, who made significant comebacks through yesterday's heats after a difficult qualifying on Friday afternoon. They round out your top 10. Alois Girardet and Sam Claes continue the grid on row 6. Milan van Vinden and Anders Alkier will be next up on row 7. After that, Tanja Cirelli and Kane Ince, row 8. Bas Schulten and Milo Bogenhout, row 9. Martin Versteeg and Mick Blankenspoor round out the top 20. Daniel Zalstra, Lenny Hobiolagash, Christopher Saxer, Nick Plumers, Zico Osterhoff are due to start at the back end of the field. Jean Luyet has been a non-starter all weekend long, and I would imagine the trend will continue on this front. So the drivers are now on their official formation lap. And despite a slightly botched start for Tommy van der Stroy's, now there is a kart. Oh, right, someone is not taking the start, and I'm wondering if that might be possibly that is halfway down the Europalan, and there is a kart on the infield. That might be Samuel Luyet walking away. Helmet is in his left hand and has just walked over to Marshall post 5. And it is 4-1-3. That kart is now confirmed as not taking the start of the superheat. So Samuel Luyet will have to fight back tooth and nail in the final later on this afternoon. The shifters will conclude the on-track action for the opening round before we head to Karting d'Espagne in Marienborg in the Corban region, southern Belgium, from February 27th. And already, I see that Helena's already voiced up in chat, go Mick, go. We'll see how he gets on from 20th on the grid. And it is the traditional standing start. The procedure will be that once we have the green flag at the back, the 4 red lights will ignite in sequence, and once they go out, they'll dump the clutch and accelerate at full velocity. And hopefully Tommy van der Stroy does not have a bit of a botched start like he did have in Heat 3, but he still went on to win that heat by 7.9 seconds. He could have won it by nearly 10 seconds had it been a perfect start by the man from the Netherlands. Green flag at the back, 12 minutes plus an additional lap of shifter class action here at the home of champions. The 4 red lights, they ignite, the revs build, the lights are out, and it's a great start by Gil Mertens, who cuts across the front of Tommy van der Stroy as it's a battle between Fixer and Stayhauer. Fixer gets the better of the two going into turn 1, but already straight away at the front end, one driver has definitely decided to canter away into the distance early, but with the pace at some points, Tommy van der Stroy was pushing 1.6 seconds a lap quicker in the final yesterday, late afternoon, sort of sunset time. The field make their way through into turn 9. But Gil Mertens trying to stride away early. He's got a bit of a gap, but Tommy van der Stroy is already starting to pick up the pace, sets the fastest middle sector of anybody in this early part of this 12-minute plus an additional lap superheat for the shifters class. Mertens leads after the opening lap. Gap between him and van der Stroy is 0.54 of a second. Jeffrey Fixer completes the top 3, who were covered by 8 tenths after the opening lap. Kevin Stayhauer, Jens Strøer now 5th. Luca Prima, Robin Glirum up to P7. He's sprinted up from 10th, as there is the 401, last year's KZ winner behind Kevin Stayhauer. Old rivals are those two, especially on the Chrono Karting Dutch KZ2 Championship. Sam Clay's up 4 spots now into 8th. Milan van Vinden now ahead of Louis Esser, the other one of the Mach 1 Motorsport drivers, in the 420, just in the back of shot there for a moment. Rounds out your top 10. So it might have been, could have been just a change for position. Yep, Luca Prima has just been passed by Robin Glirum in the meantime. There's a little bit further back, Sam Clays, I think, might have just gone for a move, or it might have been Milan van Vinden in the 408. He might have just got him past for 8th position. And there we see, yep, it is Milan van Vinden, one of the new MP kart racing team drivers. He's trying to go up the inside of Luca Prima into turn 6. And has gotten through. Good work there by Van Vinden. First getting through on Clays at turn 1, and then waits until turn 6 and 7 to get through on Prima. Meantime, Van der Stroys has closed that gap significantly to Gil Mertens. Kevin Stayhauer has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket, 53.855. Across the line to complete lap number 3. Gap between Van der Stroys and Mertens now a 10th and a half, and closing. Van der Stroy is getting ever closer to the rear bumper of Mertens in the braking zone. As they come down the Yillipalan, both drivers at the sharp end of the field looking behind them over their right shoulders, and they've caught a glimpse of the colours of Fixer, Stayhauer and Jens Ströer. Makes it a quintet at the sharp end of the field. The last time around they were covered by just over 1.35 seconds. We've got 8.5 minutes plus an additional lap still of this shifter race left to go. Gil Mertens leads overall, but also the Masters division. Mertens with a lot of experience, but Van der Stroys is kind of becoming, it's a bit of a rock and a being a bit of a between a rock and a hard place. Jens Ströer, however, has just got through on Kevin Stayhauer. Biggest movers at the moment. Milan van Vinden now up into P7, 6 places gained. Christopher Sachs has made up positions from 23rd, now runs 18th, as Van der Stroys does not need to absolutely go hell for leather at this point. It's just with the KZs, the amount of tyre degradation they suffer with the Leconce on the rear, especially with the amount of traction that goes through the back axle. You're sometimes going to be very, very mindful about how your tyres wear over the course of a race. And there goes a change, and that is going to be for the race lead. Tommy Van der Stroys through on Gil Mertens. Jeffrey Fixer, however, is keeping them both very, very honest. And with that, when you add Jens Ströer, you add Kevin Stayhauer, and then, well, keep your eyes on behind them, because from Power Kart Racing, the Birrell art of Robin Glirum is fast approaching. And Glirum just put a warning shot across the bow with the fastest lap of the race. 52.816, fastest in the middle and final sector by Glirum, the 416 from the Netherlands. For the moment, well, Van der Stroys is ahead as... Oh, no. That was a bit too robust there on Gil Mertens by Jens Ströer. And Jens Ströer made a complete pig's ear of that one, I'm afraid. Tried to go in, got the slingshot, and then Gil Mertens was too... He tried to make the move, and all of a sudden it just went a bit too wrong. As he hopped over the curb, it allowed the likes of Glirum, Stayhauer and all that lot to get through. So all that work that he'd done had just been unravelled very, very quickly. And that's what can happen. You're under so much pressure. mentally and physically. Mentally in terms of like thinking, okay, where's my braking point? How many gears do I need to shift down? When do I apply the throttle? There's a lot to take in because you are working very, very hard behind the wheel. You could be shifting up gears whilst accelerating, and you can find you've got a right-hander coming up, so you've got to put both hands on the wheel after shifting down, on the brakes, turn it in. But this isn't stopping the likes of Treur and Glirum, because they still have 5¼ minutes plus an additional lap left to go. The ideal lap around the circuit, according to the live time that we've got, 52.512. Tommy van der Stroy's has just done a 52.689. New fastest lap, so he's about 0.177 of a second off. Comes across the line, and a 52.536 by the young man from the Netherlands, just 16 years of age. And has grown immeasurably with regards to height, also natural speed, and he's got a gap of 1.9 seconds over new works driver for Mach 1 Motorsport, the German kart brand, Jeffrey Fixer. Kevin Stehauer P3, Jens Treur 4th, Robin Glirum 5th. Gil Mertens still at the moment leads the Masters division, but he's got Milan van Vinden between himself and Sam Clays. And Sam Clays is about 1.7 seconds behind Gil Mertens at the meantime. So Gil Mertens would love to be battling at the sharp end of the field. Outright, we've got one kart off of turn number 2. Make that 2 karts. So that is going to be more than likely Daniel Zylstra. So let's have a look. I'm just trying to... So Zico Osterhoff possibly, Daniel Zylstra possibly. Just trying to have a look. It's actually down just off of turn 2 and turn 3. Looks like they might not be taking any further participation, or it could be something different. Hang on, 4:12, I think. 4:12, and let's see. Could that be Martin Versteeg, maybe? Yep. Martin Versteeg and Christopher Zaxa are out of the superheat, I'm afraid. But we're coming down to the final 3¼ minutes plus an additional lap as the battle rages on for P2. Tommy van der Stroy is now about to come around the final corner and complete lap 10 of the Shifters Superheat. This lead now expands to 2.8 seconds, so a quartet battling over second, third, fourth and fifth. That is Fixer, Stehauer, Treur and Glirum. So more to the point, it is the case of, whilst Tommy van der Stroy is en route to scoring a maximum score of 240 points, everyone else is scrapping for the leftovers on the Sunday dinner table after the roast that's been cooked by the family. But nevertheless, Jeffrey Fixer seems very, very comfortable in the new machinery. Robin Glirum showed his nose to Jens Treur. Treur takes a quick couple of glances over the right shoulder and still manages to keep in front of him. Still, the deadlock between these 4 drivers has yet to be broken, but you look behind and you see the likes of Milan van Vinden, Gil Mertens, Alois Girardet on the 410 entry. Stehauer dives to the inside. Oh, he could have gone for it, but I think he might have just been a little bit too far off in order to facilitate the move up the inside at turn 10 on Jeffrey Fixer. So we've got round about 3 laps of racing left to go. We're on lap number 13. Tommy van der Stroy is leading the way by 3.9 seconds, dead on the nose. Fixer still holding on to P2. Stehauer, Treur and Glirum. They round out your top 5. Glirum on the Birolot with Power Racing. And close in on the man on the crop promotion chassis in front, the 401 of Jens Stur. But still, despite the fact that Samuel Lier unable to take the start, Martin Versteeg and Christopher Sachs are coming to blows at turn 2 on lap 9. We still have 22 runners on the field, as there's going to be an overtake through into the final corner. 2 laps remaining, and Tommy van der Stroys is 4.3 seconds up the road, ahead of Jeffrey Fixer, who proverbially has become the second place cork in the wine bottle here at Karting Genk in this race. But he's not wanting to relinquish that. Going to stay hard, deep under the brakes, as is Anglirum. So this could be very, very close indeed. Timer hit 0. Van der Stroy is now making his way through towards turn number 9. He's just about to exit it now and bang up the gears before shifting down a couple of times before the right-hander here at Cafe Corner, just off of the grandstand, the podium area. We'll be congratulating our respective classes in terms of the weekend podium later on today. Last lap en route, and Van der Stroy's already through into turn 1 as the 4 behind just make their way across the line, 5 seconds back. But is someone going to chance it and go for an overtake that could help them in the ranking after heats and super heats? So the final intermediate classification. But one thing can be said about one individual. He has not put a foot wrong. Meantime, Fixer's got away from Stehauer, who's got Anglirum closing in on him. But the meantime, we have to concentrate on one person who has had so far the perfect weekend. Tommy van der Stroys from MP Kart Racing Team has just picked up his 4th win in a row, and he wins by 5.5 seconds ahead of Jeffrey Fixer. Kevin Stehauer rounds out your top 3 ahead of Jens Stur, with Robin Glirum rounding out the top 5. Milan van Vinden, Alois Girardet, Gil Mertens, Sam Clays and Louis Esser round out your top 10. Gil Mertens takes top honours in KZ Masters. Luca Prima, Anders Alkier, Tanya Cirelli, Kane Ince and Mick Blankerspor rounds out the top 15. I'm sure, Helena, you're jumping for joy at that one. Bas Schulten, Lenny Hobiol-Lagache, Nick Bloimers, Milo Bugenhout and Daniel Zalstra round out your top 20. It looks like there has been dramas for Mika van der Pavert, who has not made it to the end of the race, it looks like. Zico Osterhoff crosses the line and is the last of the 21 finishes in that race. Van der Pavert, final sector didn't seem to go so well for the number 486 from the Netherlands. Martin Versteeg and Christopher Sachs are out on lap 9, turn 2. And Samuel Lier not even making the start as the kart broke down on the formation lap. But Tommy van der Stroys continues his unbeaten dominant streak here in shifters. What will happen in the final later on today? Well, there we see Mika van der Pavert unable to get to the checkered flag because the kart broke down on him, coming to the final couple of corners. Well, that is the morning's action completed here for finals day for round 1 of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series. Let's give you an idea of what's going to happen next. We've got the finals coming up, and they start at 1:30 local time this afternoon. Iame Mini will be out first for 11 minutes plus an additional lap. Then we have X30 Junior. There will be 14 minutes plus an additional lap for the remaining finals. We'll have the top 36 going through in X30 Senior 2. The A Final at 20 past 2, the B Final at 2:45, and then at 10 past 3, our last on-track action for round 2 before we head to Marienborg on the 27th of February. The shifters will close out the on-track action before our weekend podiums. We'll see you after the lunch break. drivers, please make your way. As we head into the final bit of business for the opening round of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series here at Karting Genk, the home of champions in the Limburg region of Belgium. Sunshine brings us warmly into Sunday afternoon as we are getting set and ready for our 5 finals here at this iconic 1,360 metre circuit. Now, a little bit of an update. We have had the first bit of championship movement in terms of the points that are allocated at all parts, all stages of the competition, both here and in a month's time at Marienborg. All 6 scores will count towards the championship standings. Giving you an update on the final intermediate classification after the superheats. Louis Paternotte has again topped the table with a total of 204 points through the heats and the superheats. Toby Terhaar, 9 points behind in second, ahead of Matteo Campobello, a further 14 points adrift. And that is with regards to the final intermediate classification. Louis Paternotte in the championship standings leads by 13 points ahead of Toby Terhaar and Bruce Chirino, who are on 147 points apiece. Matteo Campobello, 4 points adrift in fourth, and then a further 2 points back is Harry Chapman from the UK. More to the point now, this final means that whoever wins it, and it's confirmed, gains an additional 80 points to their tally. Time to take you through the starting grid of our first out of 5 finals. We turn to Iame Mini. This will take place over a duration of 11 minutes plus an additional lap. It is championship leader, or series leader, Louis Paternotte on the front row, starting from pole position. He'll be joined by Toby Terhaar on the front row. Matteo Campobello and Bruce Chirino will round out row number 2. Kian Tenhave and Milan de Ruyt round out row 3, ahead of Harry Chapman and Arthur Jassogne on row 4. Bram Konings and Artem Kikireshko round out the top 10, ahead of Gilles Duval, Axel Leenders, Martin Cekin Gomis, Moussa Bera Akbaba, Matt Cooper, Lucas van der Heere, Matthias Kavulea, Lasse van der Weide, Matthias Lambrecht and Germany's Noah Kim rounding out the top 20. Completing the grid will be Zier Dudon, Vincent Oliver Rizzo, Maxime Ball, William Sitio and Victor Radu. The drivers now head onto their official formation lap. And it looks like Maxime Ball in the 867 is not going to take any part in the final, unfortunately, and has just been confirmed as a non-starter for the race itself. So the red lights are on the starting gantry for our first of 5 finals. And it is going to be revs up. Full start has been called. So another formation lap. The green sign with the V in it, the chevron, yellow chevron, signals the full start to the drivers. They all signal that they have understood that they're going to go round for another lap. So out of the 25 starters, we will have 24 going to the tram lines. So this formation looks to be a lot cleaner this time. There will need to be a space where Maxime Ball was due to start on 23rd position. As we go, revs up, lights on, and the final for Iame Mini gets going right now. Toby Terhart has got Matteo Campobello to the inside. Kian Tenhav trying to make his way through as it's going to be 3 wide for second position. Terhart takes the advantage out of turn 1 into turn 2 and makes the move stick. Nice work there by the 844 from Fusion Benelux. Campobello to his inside. Let's now Bruce Chirino. Harry Chapman trying to make his way a little bit further up the order. He's currently running in around 7th position as there's a bit of a elbows out possibility here. Going through into turn 7 and all right, now that is going to be the X70 of Kian Tenhav on the Cali kart that has had a little bit of contact and has been spun out of turn 7, so yellow flags off of Marshall post 4. It was just 2 into 1 trying to go, and it might have been a little bit of contact with Milan de Ruyt. So after the opening lap, Louis Petronut continues to lead the way, and the 837's lead is going to be 0.5 of a second. Bruce Chirino, P3, Matteo Campobello, Bram Konings, Harry Chapman, Milan de Ruyt, Gilles Dual, Artem Kugureshko, Martin Cekin-Gomis round out your top 10. Bram Konings trying to get through on PJM's Matteo Campobello. There's Bruce Chirino in second. There goes the move by the 833 for the Eichmann's Grand Prix team. And his teammate leading the way. And Deloitte also factoring into this as all. Matteo Campobello trying to get through on Konings on that particular occasion at turn 6, unable to make the move stick because they come through turn number 8. Harry Chapman makes a move through and gets past Milan de Ruyt in the meantime. Lots of juxtaposing from 3rd backwards, or 4th backwards, and that train is being led by Bram Konings from Belgium in the 833. Now on to lap 3 we go. Bruce Chirino, fastest of anybody, 1 minute 3.241. As Harry Chapman tries the move on Matteo Campobello, switches to the inside. Can he get through? He's going to squeeze his way past at turn 3. Got the run coming out of 2. Did he make it by turn 5? Yes, he did. Good move there by the 832. Just kept patience and believed in himself. Meantime, Paternotte has lost the lead, but there's contact between him and Toby Terhart. Oh no, Bram Konings! Oh, I hate to see that kind of thing. The kart flipped over and back onto its wheels. And, right, medical team is on site straight away, folks, so we will keep our eyes away from what has just happened, but that was a nasty incident, I'm afraid. 7 minutes and 50 to go. And there are yellow flags at Marshall post 4 off of turn 6. Medical team is with the driver presently. As Bruce Chirino continues to lead, has an advantage of about 1.5 seconds. Harry Chapman is currently in second. ahead of Milan de Ruyt, who's ahead of Matteo Campobello, and it looks like Gilles de Waal is now up into P5. And Chirino just trying to run away with things at the moment with 7 minutes to go of this 11-minute plus an additional lap race. Six minutes and 50 still to go plus an additional lap, and Harry Chapman has got Milan de Ruyt closing in on the slipstream. 3-second time penalty going to the 8.97. That will be Noah Kim from Germany, as Milan de Ruyt now finally gets through on Harry Chapman at turn 1. The Brit doesn't bite it because he knows that there is time in this race still to go. Leaders go down the Europlan once again, and it could be the case that Milan de Ruyt might have the pace to close in and bring Harry Chapman along for the ride to close in on Bruce Chirino. And so the penalty has been confirmed for Noah Kim. 3 seconds for breaking the formation. And the black and white warning flag has gone to the 844 of Toby Terhaar. It's been shown on the Digi flag. A little bit further back, there's some battling going on between Mathis Lambrecht, Lossi van der Weide and Vincent Oliver Rizzo. That is for 15th on the road, and they were having a good little scrap with the two youngsters. But still, there is going to be a very intense battle. Louis Patinot now behind Toby Terhaar, who he had an incident with, which saw obviously the after effects involving Bram Connings. I hope he's okay. I know the medical team is still with him and he's up on his feet. I'm very, very happy to see that Bram Connings, after that nasty moment, is walking under his own steam. I'm sure that he will be taken to the local medical facilities to be checked out, make sure he's all right, and there he is. Probably more than just a bit shell-shocked, but I'm so glad to see Bram on his feet. That is the biggest thing that we can take home from this, that he's okay. Milan de Ruyt, however, has been closing in that gap to Bruce Chirino. Now this gives an opportunity to the likes of Harry Chapman, Matteo Campobello, Gilles de Waal, who round out the top 5, because if de Ruyt and Chirino, who will now start to battle, de Ruyt's in the slipstream, going down the Europolon, de Ruyt to the inside at turn 6, and gets through. And even with slingshotting past Bruce Chirino, Milan de Ruyt just did the fastest opening sector of anybody in this race so far. And Chapman has just matched him on the middle sector. So I would not count the youngster from the United Kingdom in the 832, a privateer coming over from the United Kingdom, going into a different engine category, runs Water Swift in the United Kingdom, CKC champion, BKC Winter Cup champ. So I know you guys have raced with Darren Beavers. Shout out to that man, the Bambino Wizard, as I used to call him back in the days in 2018. As part of the, I was the championship commentator for that particular series that year. But now Chirino is waiting to pick his moment. De Ruyt's saying, no, just work with me. Let's get away from everybody, including Harry Chapman behind us. Well, I'm sure that Harry Chapman, who him and his dad Mike, they have been figuring things out on the fly here at Karting Genk. A new circuit to this youngster, but he has absolutely risen to the task and gone for it. Okay, we do have a penalty, and Louis Patinot has just been given a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision, and that would be the incident involving him, Toby Terhaar, and Bram Konings. Kian ten Hove and Bram Konings, unfortunately, are out of the race. And we still have 2¼ minutes plus an additional lap remaining on the counter. Milan de Ruyt started on the outside of row number 3 and continues to lead. They go down the back straightaway at the Europalan. Chirino trying to close in on via the slipstream. At the moment, that is not quite happening. But he is staying within striking distance of the 804. So it's the 2 Dutch drivers at the front of the field, followed by one from the United Kingdom. Then 2 Belgians rounding out the top 5. After that, the next nationality would be France with Martin Cekin-Gomis, who's made up 4 places from 13th at the start and now runs 9th ahead of Lucas van der Heerde in the 805. So 3 laps remaining in the Iame mini final. And Milan de Ruyt now has a 7/10 of a second advantage over Bruce Chirino. Matteo Campobello and Gilles Duval are battling away over P4. Line of stone coming out of turn 3 into turn 4 as we speak. And Duval dives to the inside of 5. Through he goes, but Campobello keeps the speed to the outside, and Duval went, oh, crikey, I didn't see you there. And instantly had to move left to cover off Campobello at that particular point. Moussa Akbaba has now moved up into 9th and has got past France's Martin Cekin-Gomis. Lucas van der Heerde now down outside of the top 10 as there's a side-by-side battle coming out of turn number 9 into turn 10. So that is going to involve Peternot, Terhaar, Jasson, and I think Leenders. Yes, Leenders at the back of that train. So we're on to our penultimate lap of the race, and Milan de Ruyt is comfortably leading by nearly 9/10 of a second. And there is the trio of Jasson, Terhaar and Leenders. And that is 6th to 8th effectively, so that means on the road. Oh, well, nice little cheeky move on Jasson by Terhaar to get through. Unfortunately for Matthias Karolea from Germany, he's dropped all the way down to 22nd. The timer has hit 0. And one more lap remains. Milan de Ruyt at this moment in time running 10th in the championship side of things. That'll put him on 211 points, and that will shoot him up the table a little bit to help him out somewhat. He comes through turn 6, turn 7, turn 8 for the final time. And he makes his way through into Cafe Corner. Milan de Ruyt has done a stellar job. Started from the outside of row 3, and the 804 from the Netherlands will come out of the final corner and win the Iame mini final for KCL Winter Series round 1 here at Genk. Bruce Chirino takes P2, Harry Chapman 3rd. Gilles Duval, Matteo Campobello round out your overall top 5 in the final. Gilles Duval makes up 7 places, starting 11th, finishes P4. Toby Terhaar takes 6th, even though Louis Peternot would have been ahead of him on the road, as Peternot gets demoted with a 5-second post-race penalty for causing a collision down to 13th. Terhaar finishes ahead of Arthur Jasson, Axel Leenders, Moussa Akbaba and Martin Cekin-Gomis, who round out the top 10. Matt Cooper, Lucas van der Heer. As there we see, Milan de Ruyt has got every single reason to celebrate with both hands off the wheel. Artem Kikireshko finishes 15th ahead of Lasse van der Weyden, Matthijs Lambrecht, Noah Kim, William Sitio, Vincent Oliver Rizzo, Victor Adu and Matthias Cavulea rounding out the 22 finishers. I'm so happy to see Bram Connings conscious and on his feet and being attended to by our medical team. Just off of turn 8 after that nasty incident. He's classed at 23rd. Kian Tenhav unfortunately out on the opening lap after turn 8, and Maxime Ballon on starter, but Milan de Ruyt takes the win in the final here at round 1 in Iame Mini. So next up we head to X30 Junior. And the way things stand, Ludwig Granqvist leads the way on 186 points after the final intermediate classification. 10 points ahead of the man that put it on pole position. And ended up taking second place in the Superheat. Ches Pedersen, Lionel Munguia, Thijs van Haus, Theo Polycarp, Ronan Kamphaus, Tran van Malik, Lucas Pellizzari, Gregory Korblicek and Zoltan Koini round out the top 10 in the intermediate classification. Granqvist leads the way in the standings, the point standings after 2 classifications. 160 points, plays 147 for Ches Pedersen and Thijs van Haus, who are tied for second. Lionel Munguia is effectively 1 further point behind, then Theo Polycarp rounds out your top 5. As the ready to race banner shown on the Digi flag. As we are now going green for our official formation laps. Let's take you through the starting grid. It's time for the round 1 Iame X30 Junior final. Ludwig Granqvist starts on pole position. Ches Pedersen alongside on the front row. Lionel Munguia and Thijs van Haus row 2. Theo Polycarp and Ronan Kamphaus round out row 3. Tran van Malik, Lucas Pellizzari, Gregory Korblicek and Zoltan Koini from Switzerland round out your top 10. Len Gökman, Edouard Gauffoy, Jules Ducoun, Adam Bourne, Linus Dijsted round out your top 15. Lewis Boots, Sacha Duquet, Joshua Lorison, Louis Bieland and Antoine Boots complete your top 20. Rounding out the 25-strong grid are as follows. Gauthier Maquet from Belgium, countryman Dorian Grandjean alongside on row 11. Mathis Mouche from Luxembourg. Charles van Kellekom in the 116. And Francis Isaac Zahiri bringing up the rear of the field in the 169. So we up the ante for the remainder of the finals here at round 1 for the Karting Champions League Winter Series 2026. 14 minutes. Plus an additional lap. I can see that there are nearly 400 of you people watching on our YouTube channel. We've broken through the north of 300 subscribers on the YouTube channel, and as they say, the more the merrier. And we'd like to hear from you if you are watching along in the YouTube channel as we speak. But don't forget, if you want to use that facility of the chat, you must be a subscriber to the channel. So wind to the north-northwest, 10 kilometers an hour, and obviously a bit more blue sky up ahead here at just coming up to just before 2 o'clock local time here in Limburg. So it is going to be Ludwig Granqvist from MP Kart Racing Team and Ches Pedersen from the Netherlands for Victory Lane on the front row of the grid. The red lights are on the starting gantry. So they come out of the final corner, revs up, lights on, lights are out, the final's underway. And it's going to be Ches Pedersen who's going to get a nose ahead. He's going to the outside, and he got through before the apex, but Granqvist straight away forces him onto the runoff area. Lionel Munguia trying to get his elbows out in the Redeka entry, the 119, but Pedersen says, no, you don't. As there's a little bit of side-by-side altercations going through into turn 5. Oh, no, no, no. Lionel Munguia's just mounted the front of Ches Pedersen. Oh, and that was the 2 battling for the victory in this race. It's all gone horribly wrong, and there's someone stationary coming out of turn 6. Oh, and that is one of the Euro karting entries. I think that might be... Oh, don't tell me. That's not the 102. I think that might be Lucas Pellizzari. And it is. Yes. Lucas Pellizzari is out of the race. Someone just went sideways in the penultimate right-hander and has managed to hold station. So a big paradigm shift with regards to the running order. So Lucas Pellizzari out, Ches Pedersen and Lionel Munguia, the latter mounting the front end of the former. They've gotten going again, but they're all the way down towards the back end of the field, and they've got to make up some big old headway in the next 12.5 minutes. Granquist, in the meantime, has now got a lead of nearly 2.5 seconds after the opening lap over Theo Polycart. Meantime, Sacha Duquet is battling away, along with the likes of the 195 Linus Tysted, Matti Smoosh in the 182. It's quite a lot of juxtaposing for position. Thijs van House, who's dropped all the way down the order, probably in avoidance of what happened to Munguia and Pedersen. And Pedersen has... Cheska's on a roll. He's just gone fastest in the opening sector. Munguia's responded with the fastest middle sector of anybody. As through on the 117, that might have been Ronan Kamphaus. Meantime, Louis Bieland has moved up from 19th at the start, runs P4 overall. And Sacha Duquet has Thijs van House right behind him. Tysted, and there goes Van House through on Duquet into turn 6. And there is the Luxembourger, Matti Smoosh, in the background of this quartet, battling away over position. And in the meantime, fastest lap of the race so far has gone the way of driver 119, Lionel Munguia from the Rideka kart racing team. A 58.472, but Theo Polycart now trying to start to chase down Ludwig Granquist. 3-second time penalty for kart 136. Gauthier Maquet, that is going to be for 2 wheels outside of the tram lines on the start, braking formation. And Gregory Koblicek has found himself all the way down in last position, I'm afraid, from what was a great performance by the KSL racing driver in the heats. He found himself starting P9 in both the Super Heat and the final, but unfortunately, the 113, his race has slightly come undone. But Theo Polycart, the 187 from France for Dream Racing, is closing in. Trent van Melk, new fastest lap, 57.523. Sacha Duquet dives to the inside. And I think that was on Linus Tysted, apparently, going through into turn 1. Locks onto the rear bumper of the 195. Tysted started down in 15th. And there goes Antoine Boots up the inside in the 103 for RSD Karting. And he's going to make it another one as he gets past the Dane into turn 6. Great awareness. Oh, and I think Tysted's front bumper just got absolutely clobbered as he was squeezed onto the inside tyre, the inside foam barrier, and the cones off of turn 7. A very lucky escape for the youngster from Denmark. And Gregory Koblicek, I'm afraid to say, has just retired. The 113's race has come to an abrupt end, probably for further technical dramas for the youngster. Munguia again setting the timesheets up purple. There are some changes afoot. Ches Pedersen now up into P20. Lionel Munguia, new fastest lap of the race, despite being in 23rd position. 56.971. Purple in sectors 2 and 3. Ronan Kamphaus in the 124, who won the Super Heats earlier on, has just gone purple in the opening sector. Biggest movers, Isaac Zairi from 25th, now runs 14th. Antoine Boots now up into what is effectively 8th or 9th place. That'll be 12 places gained. Matti Smoosh up 15. Dorian Grandjean up 15. Louis Bieland up to 4th, and that started down in 19th spot. But we are nearly at the halfway point of this race. Ronan Camphaus has just set the fastest lap of the race out of anybody, 56.949. It's just gone purple again in the opening sector. Trent van Melk, in the meantime, is starting to catch Theo Poliquin for P2. He was quicker by nearly a tenth and a half in the previous lap, as we are just completing lap 7 very shortly. So Granqvist, Poliquin, Van Melk covered by less than 8.5 tenths of a second. Camphaus with another fastest lap, and he's right with Louis Bullon, so there's going to be a battle here for P4 and P5. They're just coming through into turn 4 as we speak. Chess Peterson and Lionel Munguia have decided to take the Joe Tanto, Jimmy Bly tag team reference to a whole new level, bringing it here to the world of karting. As now, Poliquin versus Granqvist. Poliquin could have nearly had the switchback going into turn 10, but thought better of it. Trent van Melk is with them. Poliquin to the lead. To the inside he goes and gets the job done. New race leader, as we've got a 5-second time penalty for kart. 1.95. Linus Dysted, as now Granqvist retakes the lead from Poliquin through at turn 1. So Dysted gets a 5-second time penalty for overtaking after the red line before the start. And this could have been very close to Trent van Melk, nearly putting it 3 wide out of the Europlan, but he's going to make sure that Poliquin gets through to the race lead. He jumps up into second. Granqvist, the Swede, now down into P3. In the meantime, Ronan Camphaus has got through on Louis Bullon, so Bullon drops down into P5 behind the 124. Chess Peterson is not that far away from getting himself into the top 15. The next person on his list is going to be Jules de Koen. And a new fastest lap by the man in 10th place, Edouard Gaufoy, with a 1 in the 105, puts in a 56.635. Chess Peterson now hits the top 15. He's got through on Isaac Zahiri, who's up 9 spots, and has got Lionel Munguia not too far behind. So Peterson could, if he plays his cards right, looking at the distance between him and Edouard Gaufoy at the moment, that is about 7 seconds he's got to try and make up. And Gaufoy yet again does another purple opening sector. Poliquin still holding on to the lead, but Trent van Melk 2.5 tenths exactly to the decimal point behind the Frenchman in front of him. So Poliquin doing a really, really good job just keeping the back end of the 187 as wide as humanly possible. But sometimes that can be easier said than done. So we still have 23 runners and riders in this last X30 Junior race of the weekend. And Poliquin just consistently putting in the laps, making sure he hits his braking points, apexes, and then acceleration points out of the corners. But Trent van Melk is not letting him get away. He is pretty much nigh on matching him on pace. And Edouard Goffroy is not that far away from Mathis Mouche and Antoine Boots, amongst other people who currently round out 8th and 7th respectively. And the gap between them, well, I've just seen that Mathis Mouche has just lost a big amount of time to Edouard Goffroy, who took over 4/10 out of him in that opening sector. So I think Edouard Goffroy might have made the move, so the 105 might be up to 8th place by the next time we cross the start-finish line. Jess Pittiser at the moment has just gone purple in the middle sector as Polycart, followed by Tren van Melk, continues to lead after 12 laps. Gap is just under 2.5 tenths. New fastest lap of the race, Jess Pittiser, 56.482. As the Dutchman currently sitting down in 14th position at the moment. A real shame after the contact between him and Lionel Munguia. Munguia currently sitting in 16th place. But the time is rapidly counting down as we speak. More to the point, sometimes when you get to this latter stage of a final, it's been an exhausting weekend for everybody involved. Not just the drivers, but also the mechanics, the team, and also the family members that may be here in support of the drivers, especially in this class. But Théo Polycart, youngster from France representing Dream Racing, is doing exactly everything he needs to stay in control of this race and keep the likes of Tren van Melk, Ludwig Granqvist, who is on pole position, at bay right up until the checkered flag. And this will help Polycart no end because of the fact that he was 5th in the final intermediate classification after the superheats. 2 laps to go. Van Melk still within that 2.5 tenth of a second window behind the French driver as they come through into turn number 3. Louis Bieland, I'm just wondering if he is getting any closer to Ronan Camphaus, who I think performed one of the drives of the weekend, 17th to victory in the superheat earlier on. Timer has hit 0, and the next time around, Tren van Melk will get the hurry up sign from his mechanics, as if to say, right, you want to win this, go out there and prove yourself. Now into the final couple of corners. One more lap remains, kart 104. Louis Bieland gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. Final lap underway. 1.7 tenths separates first and second position. Van Melk goes to the inside for the switchover attempt into turns 1 and 2, and look who's come straight back into it. Here's Granqvist. It's a 3-kart brawl for the victory on the final lap of the race as there's a little push between Van Melk and Polycart. Here comes Granqvist, and here comes Ronan Camphaus. It could be nearly 3 wide into turn 6. Polycart just holds on. And here comes Camphaus to the inside. He's got through on Van Melk. And with them now is, I'm trying to see who that is. That is going to be Louis Bieland. And now Granqvist is in the lead. Polycart has a little bit of contact with the Swede, and Camphaus takes the lead. Heading into the final couple of corners. It's going to be the run to the line. Granqvist to the inside. It's pedal to the metal. It's Granqvist. It's Granqvist that wins. Polycart absolutely furious. It did not go his way. But Ludwig Granqvist stole it. That is how you win a last gasp, last lap multi-kart battle. Granqvist made it work when it counted the most, and he wins after 16 laps by 0.16 of a second. Ronan Kamphaus takes P2. Theo Policar, Trent Van Melik, and Thijs Van House round out your top 5. Louis Bilon, P6. Despite that 5-second pushing penalty, he would have been in there with a shout. Edouard Goffroy, Mathis Mouche, Antoine Boots, Lewis Boots, round out your top 10. Dorian Grandjean, Linus Tysted, Lionel Munguia, Zoltan Goigny, Jules Decoun, round out your top 15. And then Adam Bourne, Joshua Lorison, Charles Van Kellicom, Isaac Zairi, and Lynn Gukman round out your top 20. Sacha Duquet and Gauthier Maquet, the last 2 finishers. Ches Peterson unfortunately retires with 3 laps remaining. Gregory Korblicek out on lap 3. Lucas Pellizzari out on the opening lap. But Granquist steals it on the final lap. What a great last lap battle to decide the winner in the final for X30 Junior. We now hit the halfway stage of the finals for round one, and we go to A final, X30 Senior. Here is your starting grid for these drivers who will be racing for the next 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Victor Louis starts from pole position alongside RSD karting teammate Charlie Gloom. It's an RSD lockout on row 2 with Mathis Murchot and Marcus Gloom on row 2. Clément Outron will be joined by Bran van der Weyken on row 3. Alexandre Mercier, Arthur Wang, CJ Bennett and Stig de Rademacher complete your top 10. Sem van der Heyden, Kevin Bakker, Vince van der Holle, Pepin Steiger, Adam Vida, Delano Vellens, Max Hazel, Matthias van der Kerkhoff, Aurelio Giustinelli and Oscar Goodschalt round out the top 20. Farid Jalil, Eva Dorrestein, Matteo Rivals, Sam Gluck, Raffaele Santocono, Bertram Saxa, Flavio Caira, Romain Saleh, Boris Verhagen, Roberto Baz round out your top 30. Completing the 36 capacity grid, Yanni Bouillet, Luca Moulard, Annabelle Bryan, Levi Sanguera, Noah Mengal, and the last driver to make it into the top 36 from the Netherlands, Kaz Orthaus. And obviously, just seeing by the body language of Theo Polycarp, karting giveth, and unfortunately it does also taketh away. But still a great way to end the Junior X30 final. But with 36 seniors going into turn one here when the lights go out, expect the unexpected. They all know each other, they all compete alongside each other on multiple different championships across every season. So it is a case of wait for it, blink and you'll miss it. But any one of these drivers has the capability to win this final. There's a little bit more blue sky up above. As you can see just off of the Europalan, it will be down to Victor Louis and Charlie Gloom to control the pace ahead of Mathis Murchot, Marcus Gloom, Clément Outron, Bran van der Weyken, Alexandre Mercier, Arthur Wang, CJ Bennett and Stig de Rademacher rounding out your top 10. 36 drivers rounded out by Kaz Orthaus, ready to go into battle for one final time. Lights are on the gantry, 14 minutes plus an additional lap. Drivers being instructed to slow as they will come out of the final corner. Into the tram lines, revs up, lights on, and the A final's underway. Even start by the front row. But it is going to be the case of some drivers will try and get through to the inside, and there's been a little bit of an argy-bargy, and there's more jocularity going on through as two go off out of turn 2. One goes tracking, they're bumping and boring 3 wide, coming out of turn number 3. And oh no, there's dramas for the 303. I'm afraid that's Boris Verhagen. Tried to catch the other kart that was involved in that altercation. But there is so much going on, and it's Clément Outron who got the jump on everybody. The other kart was the 288 Noah Mengal that was involved with Boris Verhagen on that particular occasion. But the leaders now will be coming through very shortly to complete the opening lap. And it is, after one lap of racing, it is, at this moment, France's Clément Outron, who's jumped up the order from 5th to 1st. Victor Louis, P2. CJ Bennett has sprung his way up to 3rd from 9th on the grid. Mathis Murchot, Alexandre Mercier, Arthur Wang, Marcus Gloom, Kevin Bakker, Vince van der Holle and Pepin Steiger round out your top 10. As to the inside, it was a 3-wide exchange going through into turn 5 just a second ago, and I think it might have been Alexandre Mercier trying to go for the inside line. Meantime, Outron has bolted, and there's been, oh dear, someone's been turned around at turn 6, manages to rejoin, but hemorrhages positions. As Arthur Wang is now behind, it looks like Kevin Bakker in the 255. But Clément Outron is away and clear by about 9/10 of a second. Victor Louis in P2. The Irishman, CJ Bennett, trying to chase him down. Mathis Merchant just posts the fastest lap of the race. He's currently in 4th on a 56.027. Further dramas. Yanni Bouillet drops down the order. So does Max Hazel. The German ends up 22nd. Bouillet 25th. And Mathis Merchant again sets the opening sector purple. He is really trying to reel in the 3 in front. Messrs Bennett, Louis and Outram. Annabelle Bryan in the meantime, she's one of the biggest movers in the field. Up from 33rd, currently runs P15. Kaz Orthouse up from stone dead last, now runs 21st. And a mechanical black flag has gone the way of the 3-1-4. Raffaele Santocono's race is done. So his A final is gone, and it's the bumper on the left side on the rear of the cart that was dragging. So a very, very feisty first 3 minutes, but we're not over yet with that. CJ Bennett trying to close in on Victor Louis, who started from pole position. And Bennett really has come out the blocks firing on all cylinders here in 2026. Last year was a year of trying to get your footing underneath you and hope that things would come your way. And after, you know, there's always ups and downs. And here we go, Bennett up the inside of Louis, who goes for the switchback through the final corner. Retakes second, but that allows Mathis Merchant to come through towards them. 2.87 gets a penalty. Aurelio Giustinelli, as all the 2 RSD kartmates of Louis and Merchant make inadvertent accidental contacts as Bennett gets through for second place. But if the 3 behind Outram can start working together, because the way things are going, Clément Outram's first sector, 22.4. Bennett's first sector, 22.7. That's a loss of about 3/10. So the gap will be probably closer to 9/10 of a second or so after this tour. 9 minutes and 20 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. The gap now is 0.993. So the thing is that Bennett has got to keep up a consistent pace. Marcus Gloom down in 6th has just set the fastest lap, 55.150. Wander Holland fastest in the middle sector. And now it's Aurelio Giustinelli who's fastest in sectors 1 and 3 and has set the fastest lap overall. Currently running in 29th, unfortunately, is the Belgian in the 2.87. So unfortunately we've had eliminated on the opening lap Noah Mingal, Luca Moulin and Flavio Caira are out, along with Raffaele Santocono, who had a loose rear bumper on the left-hand side. And actually the 2.87 for Aurelio Giustinelli was wrong starting position, as here comes Mathis Merchant with a head of steam. Up the inside he goes of CJ Bennett! Oh no, Victor Louis has just broken the front steering on the left-hand side, and CJ Bennett's race has come to an abrupt end outside of turn number 1. Both front wheels are skewed to the inside, and CJ clutching his forearms. My heart goes out to this Irishman, because he has been pushing really hard this weekend, and I think had the opportunity to at least win the final or even get to the top 3. And also the other thing that you might have to wonder about is how much damage did Victor Louis end up getting in that contact. That was a real shame. You don't like to see that kind of thing happening. And it was basically CJ Bennett was trying to turn right, Victor Louis was already there, and by then it was too late. Nevertheless, this has helped to promote Alexandre Mercier to P3. So Mathis Merchault and Alexandre Mercier, they do need to start working together indirectly to try and close in. We do still have 30 runners at this moment in time. Matteo Rivals, who started 23rd, currently rounds out the 30 that are still running. So we have lost CJ Bennett, Yanni Bouillet, Raffaele Santocorno, Flavio Caja, Luca Moulin and Noah Mingal. And we are more than halfway through this first of two X30 Senior Finals. We'll have the B Final coming up very, very shortly, and then the shifters will then conclude the racing action for this weekend for round one of the Winter Series. And there walks away a despondent and disappointed CJ Bennett. But you know what? He can still hold his head up high because he's done a great job this weekend so far. The cart has been absolutely mustard in his hands. Vince van der Hullen, in the meantime, has put in the overall fastest opening sector, and Kevin Bakker has now been overtaken by the 3:45 from Belgium. Kazert House, now one of the biggest movers up the order. He's up from last, now is 18th. Annabelle Bryan started 33rd, now she has currently dropped down to 21st. Matthias van der Kerkhoff now up into 11th position and is about half a second behind Adam Vida, who rounds out the top 10. But Clement Outron with 4 3/4 minutes plus an additional lap left to go on the counter, still has about a half-second lead. Mathis Merchault has calmly been chipping away at that advantage that the man from Dream Racing has had so far in this race. It's getting closer and closer. Merchault last time around 54.902 and just went 0.12 of a second quicker than Outron in the opening sector. Very shortly break the timing beam to complete sector 2. Tighter line on the exit for Merchault, and he goes purple in the middle sector. Does the man in the 201 from RSD Karting. 16.239. Purple sector now goes in the middle sector to Vince van der Hullen. And now that gap was 0.5. It's going to be round about 0.3, 0.27. So Merchault took a big chunk out of the advantage that Clement Outron has had. And this gives the opportunity, as Outron took a look over his shoulder, and there he sees Merchault in the 201 and a bright flash of pink, white and fluorescent yellow behind him. Three and a quarter minutes remain plus an additional lap, and at the moment we still have 30 drivers on the circuit itself. But there's a battle brewing between Vince van der Hullen, Charlie Gloom and Arthur Huang, 6th to 8th. But Merchault is not giving in. He wants to make sure that he can be at the sharp end of the field and not have to deal with it, but he goes to the inside, bumps over the curbs, forces Outron wide, and Merchault now leads. And I'm sure there's a collective cheer from the RSD karting troops on the top of the grandstand, but back through at turn 5 goes Clement Outron, and then Mathis Merchault says, no, that was a bit naughty there. I think there was a little wag of the finger by Mathis Merchault to Clement Outron, judging by the hand signal, which was a little bit obscured, and he said to Outron, come on man, go for it, let's race. And Outron straight away gets done over like a kipper by Mathis Merchault, who straight away goes for the race lead. But look who's closing in. Marcus Gloom, Alexandre Mercier and Victor Louis. Now Victor Louis, despite that incident that took out CJ Bennett, Victor Louis has been running in the low 55-second bracket. And now the top four, 1.3 seconds. I think we could be finding that the top five is now Outran through on the inside. Michaud with the switchback. And here comes Marcus Gloom to the outside. But Outran and Michaud having none of it. Marcus Gloom tried to look through the inside at turn number 6. But again, the door was quite quickly shut in his general direction. Here comes Alexandre Mercier, and watch out because here at the background is Victor Louis. Now it's going to be a quintet scrapping like petulant children in the school playground about who is going to win this race. Clément Outran wants to win. Mathis Merchaut wants to win. Marcus Gloom went for a dive bomb, didn't work out. Outran leads, Mercier second. Merchaut now down into 5th. One wrong move by somebody and a chain reaction will happen. They are line astern, all in a row, coming out of turn number 2 as we have lap 15 underway. And once again, it's all about closing things up. Mathis Merchaut's going to make it 3 wide, possibly for the battle for 3rd position. He backs out at the last moment. He knows that something might go on in front of him as the 2 in front battle. Merchaut tries to dive through the inside of Marcus Gloom, and here comes the likes of Vince van der Holle, and Marcus's brother Charlie is at the back of the train. Arthur Huang, Mila and Matthias van der Kerkhoff and Adam Vida all of a sudden come into this. This is going to be a 10 carts going on to what is going to be the last lap. 10 drivers can potentially win this A final. As Louis goes for the move on Mercier, Marcus Gloom tries to get through. Mercier has to use the runoff area. Mathis Merchaut to the outside, gets through for 4th. Vince van der Holle and Charlie Gloom also get through. But has this given this enough of an opportunity for Clément Outran to counter away into the distance and get the win? Merchaut to the inside. At turn 7 of this big incident, Marcus Gloom goes spinning 720 out of turn 6 after a touch between himself and Mathis Merchaut. What drama in the final stages. We thought we had it in the juniors. They brought it with the Chinese fireworks in the seniors. But out of the final corner, Clément Outran wins the final. Ça, c'est magnifique. Très bon, très bon. Très bien fait. Félicitations, Clément Outran. The Frenchman wins the A final in X30 Senior, and the gap between himself and Victor Louis rounds out by just over half a second. Charlie Gloom, P3. Matthias van der Kerkhoff came from 18th to finish in 4th. Alexandre Mercier 5th. Mathis Merchaut takes 6th as a little bit of a surfs up big kahuna hand sign to the team at Dream Racing that are watching from the gantry, probably biting their fingernails to the quick. Merchaut takes 6th. Vida 7th. Arthur Huang, Vince van der Holle and Bran van der Weken round out your top 10. Sam van der Hayden, Delano Vellens, David Dorrestein, Pepin Steiger, Oscar Goodshow round out the top 15. Stig de Rademaker, Kazort House, Bertrand Saxe, Farah Jalil and Annabelle Bryan round out your top 20. Aurelio Justinelli, Max Hazel, Marcus Gloom, after that incident with Mathis Merchaut, finishes 23rd. Romain Saleh, Levi Sanguera, Sam Galuk, Roberto Bars, Matteo Rivals and Boris Verhaag round out the drivers that finished the race. Kevin Bakker out with 1 lap to go. CJ Bennett, after contact with Marcus Gloom, Victor Louis, out on lap 7. Yanni Bouillet also out on lap 7. Raffaele Santacono out on lap 2. And on the opening lap, Flavio Caira, Lucu Mular and Noah Mingal out on the opening lap. But it is Clément Outran that takes victory in the X30 Senior A Final. So, after the madness that was the X30 Senior A Final, we still have a B Final to carry on with. So, here is your starting grid as it stands. Spencer Allen due to start on pole position alongside on the front row will be Senna Meunier. Angelo Milli, Enzo Ferrari, Mathis Blanquet, Gauthier San Juan, Lorenzo Notorigo, Danny Burrs, Matt Pereira-Simon, Simon Salazzo, Corentin Perrault, Zachary Gernon and Tom Schultz due to complete the 13-strong grid, but it looks like we might have a couple of carts or so short. But they will have a 14-minute plus an additional lap race at this particular occasion. Still racking my brains about the fact that we had 10 people going for the victory in the in that A final there. It was absolutely crazy. But you know what? If that's going to set the scene for Marienborg in a month's time, yes, please. Let's see what we can find out how the drivers are going to put their best foot forward, let's say. Okay, so we have got a slightly smaller grid. So the drivers that will be taking part in the B final are as follows: Spencer Allen, Mathis Blanquet, Gauthier San Juan, Lorenzo Notorigo, Simone Solazzo, Corentin Perrault, Zachary Gernon and Tom Schultz. So Senna Meunier, Angelo Milli, Enzo Ferrari, Danny Burrs and Matt Pereira-Simon will not take part in the race. So let's see what happens for these drivers over the distance of, the time of 14 minutes plus an additional lap here in the X30 Senior B Final. The drivers now head into the tram lines. Revs up, lights on, and we are underway. And I think probably the 313 of Simon Solazzo might have just broken formation a little bit too early there. But it is going to be a squabble and a half going through into turn number 1. Meantime, there is the fact that Spencer Allen is leading way in second position. It is the driver from Switzerland, Simon Solazzo, who's trying to go toe-to-toe with Spencer Allen down the Europolan, switches to the outside line. And Allen runs a little bit deep into the corner by bumping over the sausage curbs as they make their way through into turn number 9. And this could be a very, very close fought affair for the first few laps, I would imagine. But Allen putting on a blocker on Solazzo, who's trying to go to the inside of the final corner. And, clips the curb big time. And that allows Mathis Blanquet to try and get through on the inside. No surprise. 3-second time penalty. Simone Solazzo for breaking formation with 2 wheels outside of the tram lines. So that's an additional 3-second time penalty for the Swiss racer. He's now behind Tom Schultz. Now, Tom Schultz, I think, we're having to use photocell basically because of the fact that there are no sector times coming up for Tom Schultz on the live timing. But the 202 has managed to get the fastest lap of the race in 1 minute, 0.885. After this, we will have the shifters final to conclude what has been a rather interesting and appetite-whetting opening round of the Karting Champions League Winter Series for 2026. And there's going to be a dive to the inside, as that is going to be a change for position. Tom Schultz now up into P2, ahead of Gauthier San Juan from Switzerland in the 234. And Tom Schultz, another new fastest lap of the race. 57.527. At least 0.2 quicker than anybody else, including the driver that he's just passed for that second place. There's Mathis Blanquet in the 230, rounding out the top 4. Salazzo, Gernon, Notorigo and Perrault round out your 8 runners and riders. Attempt for a change for second position. Tom Schultz could lose out 2 places if he wasn't that careful, and he was to a point. But Gauthier San Juan now through for second position. And then Tom Schultz returns the favour. Blanquet up the inside, and just by a hair's breadth make it through. And then Simon Salazzo now joining in on the quartet, but that were battling for the race lead just a moment ago. But Spencer Allen seems to have run away a little bit. And there we go, change for P3. Blanquet through on Blanquet has been passed by San Juan. Salazzo just behind. Blanquet with the fastest lap of the race so far, 56.115, as we've got 4 minutes down, 10 to go. And Mathis Blanquet gets through on Gauthier San Juan once again. So the 2 Swiss drivers line astern in 4th and 5th position, respectively. Now, you would say in a race that Spencer Allen might not be comfortable. Well, if you are 6 tenths ahead, that puts you well out of the slipstream window coming out of the final corner, because if you're trying to mount an attack and go through on the inside or the outside at turn number 1, you've either got to be anywhere between a tenth and well, at least less than a tenth to maximum about 2 tenths behind the person in front of you. So that gap between Allen and Schultz is helping the 311 retain the race lead at the moment. The gap has now expanded to 0.7 of a second, as Mathis Blanquet has gone through on Tom Schultz, retakes second, and has also got the fastest lap of the race, went nearly a second quicker than Schultz. 55.393 versus 50, well, he's over half a second. 55.393 from Blanquet. Schultz, 0.505 of a second slower, as the 2 Swiss drivers nearly concertina into each other coming out of turn 6. But sometimes it's not always about the quantity in the field. It can sometimes be about the quality of the driving. And we're seeing some really, really robust manoeuvrability from these 8 X30 seniors out of the 13 that did only make it to this stage, rather than make it through into the top 36. It's still good for them to still get a little bit of further track time. It does help, especially as for a lot of drivers, this is the first weekend of competitive action they've had this season in 2026. So there is always that opportunity to just really get rid of the cobwebs and just get yourself back into fighting fit state. Yes, and I have to say, Franco van der Kroijs, nice weather at Genk. It has been pretty good pretty much all of today. Yesterday was a little bit on the iffy side, let's say. In fact, we did have some rain in the afternoon. We did actually end up finishing, I think, quite close to 20 to 6 local time by day's end. Yes, it was definitely better than yesterday. I'm glad that someone agrees with me in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Helen Blancaspor. Of course, we've got the shifters coming up next, but we are halfway through this X30 Senior B Final. And Lorenzo Notorigo has got through on Simone Salazzo in the 313 in the CV Motorsport kart. And bearing in mind, well, that was a bit sneaky there by Zachary Gernon up the inside of Salazzo there through at turn 9. Uses the curbing, bumps both left side wheels into the air, and then off he goes. Now we're coming up to the end of lap number 8, so let's see what is going to be the total time between all 8 drivers. 5.8 seconds. Mattis Blanquet, who's trying to close in on Spencer Allen, just on the last lap alone, took over 4 tenths. And there is Spencer Allen from MDL, under the same awning as Levi Sangera and CJ Bennett this weekend. Now finds that he's being reeled in. Now Blanquet getting a good run. He might get the inside line. He goes through on Spencer Allen. And for the first time in this B final for X30 Senior, Spencer Allen now loses the lead. He's pretty much led 8.5 laps of this final, but now it's Mattis Blanquet's turn to lead, who started P5. But one of the good things is in racing, in karting in particular, sometimes you're always better off being the kart behind rather than the kart in front, because you're pushing a hole through into that dirty air. And then the person behind you, if they get that slipstream, they're going to be laughing because they'll think, oh, well, actually, I've got a little bit of overspeed. I don't need to press the throttle down as hard as I need to in order to get past. So rather than using 100% throttle, they might be using something like 85, 90% possibly, at best. So we're heading towards the final 4 and a bit minutes of this race. And the wind has picked up here at the home of champions. North-northeasterly wind to the tune of 11 kilometres an hour. It might say 9 degrees air ambient temperature, but it's definitely colder than that. And in the meantime, Mattis Blanquet has pulled away from Spencer Allen. Tom Schultz still running in around in, well, was in P3, but Gautier San Juan has now got through for 3rd position. So the Swiss driver has made some inroads here. Lorenzo Notorigo currently trying to close in on the 2:02 from Belgium. So might try and get a slingshot move down the start-finish straight. Past his countryman, we might see that happening momentarily, and it's going to happen now as the Rave Racing driver, Tom Schultz, ends up relinquishing the position with just around 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap remaining. Oh, Tom Schultz nearly went and hit the joker lap there. Right rear tyre went off onto the dusty grass coming out of turn number 3 on the outside curbing. And he had to hang on for dear life to keep that in one piece and staying on the asphalt. But with 3 minutes to go, Mattis Blanquet consistently starting to pull a little bit further distance between himself and Spencer Allen. And if you are still watching on the Karting Champions League YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us over the last couple of days. And thank you very much for pushing us even higher on the subscriber count. Of course, don't forget the next round of the series will be 27th of February to the 1st of March 2026 at the fantastic facility of Karting in Marienborg in the southern, more French, the more French prevalent-speaking region of Belgium. Just outside, not too far, about 20-25 minutes away from the French border, but a lovely locality, a great circuit, and wonderful countryside to boot. There is our race leader, Mattis Blanquet, coming through out of turn number 11. And that is going to put us on to 3 laps to go. And Blanquet's last lap time, 55.586. Spencer Allen, 55.8. Gautier San Juan, 55.3. 03. Lorenzo Notorigo, 55 56.71. Tom Schultz 55.776. Zachary Gernon 56.464. Simon Salazzo 56.383. Simon's best lap was 55.922. And Corentin Perrault. Right, okay, so the penalty has been applied for Simon Salazzo for the 3-second time penalty, leaving the corridor with 1 or 2 wheels. As we are now very quickly heading towards what will be our penultimate lap of our penultimate final of the weekend for Karting Champions League Winter Series Round 1 for 2026. And Blanket has a lead of 1.4 seconds over Spencer Allen, and he's got to be very, very careful now because Goodyear Sun 1 is closing in on him and took nearly a 1/10.5 out of him over the last lap itself. But this could be a last lap battle for second position because the timer is about to run out. We hit 0 on the clock. Last lap of the B final for X30 Senior is underway. Blanquet has a lead of over 1 3/4 seconds, and here goes Sun 1 on Allen. A little bit of rubbing between the pair, but the Swiss driver gets through. So change for second position at the opening corner of the 16th and final lap. But as things would have it, the checkered flag will now wave, and the winner of the B final for X30 Senior is Belgium's Mathis Blanquer that will win. Gauthier San Juan from Switzerland will take second by a whisker, ahead of Spencer Allen from the UK. Lorenzo Notorigo, Tom Schultz ran at your top 5. Zachary Gernon, Simone Salazzo, and Corentin Perrault round out the 8 drivers. Everyone not getting into any major scuffles or incidents, and all of them finishing the race. Non-starters, Senna Meunier, Angelo Mili, Enzo Ferrari, Danny Burrs and Matt Pereira Simon, but Mathis Blanquer in the 230 wins your B final for X30 Senior for round 1 of the Karting Champions League 2026 Winter Series at the Home of Champions. We'll see X30 Senior back in action again on February the 27th for the season finale for Karting Champions League at Marienburg in Cauvin in southern Belgium. The final countdown continues to our last race, which will bring us to the halfway point of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series for 2026 before we head to Karting d'Iffang in Marienburg on the 27th of February for the second and final round, which will decide who will be taking home a share of 40,000 euros worth of prizes, including 2 drivers, one from X30 Senior, one from KZ, that will get the opportunity to test with MP Motorsport a full test day in a Formula 4 car. New karts, new engines and sets of tyres also up for grabs. But to start the last race, the shifter class will bring us to the halfway point here in Limburg. And more to the point, it will be a rip-roaring 14-minute plus an additional lap roller coaster into the unknown. The engines start on our shifter class division for the final time here in round 1, and it's time to take you through the starting grid of our 14-minute plus an additional lap final. Tommy van der Struijs has been unassailable, untouched this weekend. He starts from pole position. Kevin Stayhauer will be alongside him on the front row. Jeffrey Fixer and leading KZ Masters driver Gil Mertens round out the top 2 rows. Jens Strø and Robin Glirum will look to make their mark here in the final from row 3. Milan van Vinden will be joined by Francis Alois Girardet on row 4. Sam Clays will be joined by Luca Prima. They complete the top 10. Louis Esser and Samuel Oyer round out row 6 ahead of Mika van der Pavert and Anders Elkier, representing the Netherlands and Denmark respectively. Tanja Chileri and Kane Ince round out row 8. Row 9, Bas Schulten and Mick Blankenspoor. Milo Bogenhout and Lenny Hobiolagash round out your top 20. Martin Versteeg, Daniel Zilstra, Nick Pluimers, Christopher Saxe and Zico Osterhoff round out your 25-strong grid. And good to see family member Helena with regards to Mick Blankenspoor saying, "Go Mick, go." He's getting the way of the different style. First time in the shifters this weekend, so very proud of him. Well, he can definitely hold his head up high with the competitors that he is racing against. We now go on to the last formation lap of the weekend here at Karting Genk. A big thank you to the circuit for allowing us to host the season opener. We're looking forward to heading to Karting d'Iffang in just 4 weeks' time to conclude what has been a bigger, bolder and braver Karting Champions League Winter Series for 2026. And for things to get bigger and brighter, you need to take a little bit of a step into the unknown. And that's what has happened here. There is Mick Blankenspoor in the 414. Running on the CRG chassis with the Ludo Racing moniker on the top of his visor. A little strip there. And now it is a case of accelerating, braking, getting temperature into the brakes, into the tyres. And one of the things you don't want to do is burn out the clutch on these karts. With the sheer amount of torque coming through the back axles of these KZ karts, that is why you cannot do a traditional rolling start in these things, because it will basically bend the back axles into oblivion. The field now starts to make its way onto the starting grid. Van der Struijs now lines up on his slot on the front row with Stayhauer alongside, pointing his kart towards the inside of turn number 1. When we get the green flag at the back of the field, The 4 red lights will start to ignite in order, and when they go out, we'll be racing one more time here at Karting Genk. Green flag at the back. Drivers instructed to look at the lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lights out, and we're underway in the final. And again, it's the man on the outside of the front of the road, this time Kevin Stayhauer, who takes the lead going into turn number 1. As someone's turned around and everyone's having to avoid, some using the runoff area. But at the minute, it is Kevin Stayhauer who leads the way after a great start from the outside of the front row. He leads the field down into turn 6 off the Uniplan for the first time as they head through into turn 6 and 7. And there's been a little bit of a coming together at turn 6. So a couple of drivers, one of which is the 452, Nick Plumers. And it's 545. Martin Versteeg, who has just literally shrugged his shoulders as if to say, what on earth was that? Meantime, Stayhauer leads. Van der Stroy is 5.6 tenths of a second behind in P2. Gil Mertens in 3rd. Jeffrey Fixer 4th. Robin Glirum 5th. Milan van Vinden 6th, ahead of Jens Toer. Louis Esser, Samuel Luye, Anders Elkier round out your top 10. Alois Girardet and Luca Prima round out the top 13. They've dropped down to 12th and 13th, respectively. And there is a strategy call with the LeConte tyres that these drivers are using. It's suited very much to this style of shifter karting. Of course, a lot of drivers who have been competing in this, the likes of Paolo Ippolito, Danilo Albanese, Davide Fori, a legend in the sport. Stan Pex, Jorik Pex, Max Verstappen. You know, those are some of the names that you will look at previous history. Marcus Kayak, Dion van Verven, amongst others that I know of. And some of the drivers here who also compete in multiple championships. Van der Stroy will be doing DKM this year, which will be starting its season at Motorsport Arena Mulzen in the first weekend of May, if memory serves me correctly, and then heads to the Czech Republic in the last weekend of that same month. But it is the most brutal, the most physical discipline within modern day karting. And when you think about it, 2 of the most recent world champions that have been crowned, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, have both won an FIA World Karting title. Jens Toer, in the meantime, has just put in the fastest lap of the race after lap 3, 53.124. He currently sits in 6th position at the moment as things stand. So just elapsed over 3 minutes, just under 11 to go. And, well, Martin Versteeg's race came to an abrupt end at turn 6 off the Europlan. I'm not at all surprised with the gesticulation that he showed to Nick Boomers in the 452. But things are closing up between the top 4, so Stayhauer, Van der Stroy, Mertens and Fixer the last time around, 1.1 seconds apart. Okay, 452 gets a 5-second time penalty. That seems to me that will more than likely be causing a collision 5-second time penalty for Nick Boomers. And the top 4 now covered by just over a second. Jens Toer again for another lap in a row has just set the fastest lap of the race, 52.729. Robin Glirum's gone purple in the opening sector on the Power Racing Birolart. Funny enough, it was quite nice to actually see Stan Pex. He's now going into rallying in a Skoda Fabia R2 rally car. He said, yeah, looking forward to getting back behind the wheel. And Yeah, he says season doesn't start for a couple of months, but at least the karting's keeping me busy. So more to the point, when you look at who's also come through the hallowed halls of karting Genk, the likes of Robin Freins, Jensen Button, who actually raced for GKS Lemons Power back in the day, man who won the 2009 Formula 1 World title, and also the 2018 Autobac Super GT GT500 Championship with Honda Team Kunimitsu in a Honda NSX, not an Acura. That's the United States. Nice place to be on a Sunday, and nice spaghetti. Yes, indeed, Franco van der Kroijs. They do make a good spaghetti, and they also do a mean barbecue on a Saturday night. That's for sure. But you look at who's come through here: Nico Müller, Robin Freins, Dries and Lawrence Van Toor, amongst other people. Andre Lotterer, now a Hyundai Genesis Magna Racing LMDH WEC driver. Used to be part of the Audi team with the likes of Marcel Fessler and Benoit Trullier. Got to know Marcel quite a lot over the last season because he's now head of motorsport at Sportec AG, based out of Switzerland. They're a shop, well, they're basically a company. They run the restoration and commission of specialist projects for the Porsche marque. Of course, I have to give a shout out to my good friend Gregor Burkhardt, a good racer. Also the CEO of the company, and Marcel heads up the head of motorsport division, who, as I said earlier, Ethan Isher, who ran with Spirit Racing in Iame X30, took the Class 1 Porsche Sports Cup Swiss title, and also a couple of years ago was the Formula 4 Central European Zone champion. But Iame was his heart where it was leading to in karting. And Mick Blankenspor, he's up 6 places, as now we've had a change for the lead just before the halfway point. It was only a matter of time that Tommy van der Soys would get through on Kevin Stayhauer for the race lead. And then behind Gil Mertens, right, there's a trio of karts, and I spy with my little eye Jeffrey Fixer, Robin Glirum, Jens Strøer. Milan van Vinden is also not that far behind, as we've got just under half the race to go. Anders Elkjær from Denmark in the 594 has unfortunately retired, as Glirum from absolutely way back when dive bombed up the inside at turn 1 on Jeffrey Fixer, and it worked. Great job there by Robin Glirum. That's 4th position. Van der Soys, however, as there goes Jens Strøer. Jeffrey Fixer not able to fight that one too much. And, well, Jens Strøer now on the Croc Promotion chassis, the 401. I like the fact that both him and Matthias van Schult, they won this event last year. They won the one-off event last year that we had. And so they've decided to come back with the 201, which effectively signals, yeah, I won it last time. And then they realise, I've got the target on my back now, haven't I? Yeah, well, when needs must, but there is Van der Soys down the Europalaan, Stayhauer in tow, about 5.5 tenths of a second adrift. Now, Jens Strøer has the fastest 3rd sector of anybody in this race. Tommy van der Soys is fastest in the opening 2 sectors. Now, can he start to bridge a gap? Stayhauer's just on a personal best in sector 2, but van der Soys was a 10th quicker, so we could be looking at maybe close to 3/4 of a second for van der Soys in terms of, 7 tenths, just over 7 tenths, nearly 7.5 tenths is the differential between Van der Soys and Stayhauer. 23. Now, I have to be completely honest, the way that the RKZ drivers have been running this weekend, the majority of the races, we've actually seen over 20 plus karts finish every single race, so that's a good strike rate for the skill set and also the racecraft that you need to have in these karts. And sometimes if you're a newcomer, like Mick Blankenspor, who finds himself 2 seconds behind Samuel Lullier in 11th, drivers like Mick Blankenspor have an opportunity to learn from other drivers by watching how they enter into corners. You know, do the revs on the kart in front sound a little bit high, or is my engine sounding a little bit high because I've gone down too many gears? And it's a skilled art. You're working with the brake, the throttle, the steering, and you've also got the shifter lever on the right-hand side. So you pull towards you to shift up the gears, push down to shift down the gearbox, all 6-speed. We are coming down to the final 3.5 minutes plus an additional lap, and Tommy van der Stoys is again just opening up calmly and coolly that gap. His last 2 heats yesterday, he won by 7.9 seconds. He does not need to win this race by that commanding margin, but it would be nice to have. However, a win is a win nevertheless. Meantime, Jens Tur trying to close in on Gil Mertens. And he's got Glirum, Fixer and Van Vinden now behind. Now, the good thing is for Gil Mertens, his nearest opponent in the Masters division is all the way down in 13th. And that is Sam Clays, who had a super heat to forget because his kart conked out before he even got to the start. So, just seen on the live timing, 5-second time penalty for Nick Clunas for causing a collision. Louis Esser has now been passed by Samuel Lullier. Mick Blankenspor is about 2.1 seconds behind as Gil Mertens, the 5-3-4 roadblock, well, he's just saying to people, go through. I don't need to fight you. He's let Jens Tur through. He just waved past Robin Glirum. I'm sure he's going to do the same for Jeffrey Fixer and Milan van Vinden, because at the moment, well, Gil Mertens, he's a very, very accomplished driver in his own right, and he can keep pace with these young whippersnappers, let's say. There's now Milan van Vinden, I think has just got through on, has just got through on Jeffrey Fixer. 3 laps remaining. Especially with the pace that Tommy van der Stoys has got. He's got a 1.1 second advantage. Van der Stoys looking very, very strong indeed. And the only thing that Kevin Stayhauer can do is just hold on to second position. That'll be a good way to end the weekend after what's been a pretty strong outing and a debut with being part of the MP kart racing team. Tommy van der Stoys has done exactly everything he's needed to. Okay, the last 3 starts haven't gone that well for him, but he lit up the rear tyres on heats 1 and 2 yesterday. But it's the race pace that counts the most. Sometimes you can't always have the greatest start, as now we're going to see a change. Milan van Vinden through on Gil Mertens. Nicely executed by the 408 from the Netherlands. And Van der Stoys now making his way through turn number 8 as we are rapidly counting down the seconds. Next time it won't just be the last lap of this race, it'll be the last lap of the weekend for the opening round of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series here at Karting Genk. Timer hits 0. And now, last lap board is out. 1.36 kilometers. And the perfect debut is in the pocket. Van der Stoys now comes through, shifts up a gear into the left-hander And now down a couple of gears, maybe make that 3 into turn 5. Down the Europalaan for the final time for the 454, the 16-year-old from the Netherlands. When you have a harmony between team, driver and machinery, a result like this is worth all the hard, long nights. No sleep, hard work, and it pays off. Out of the final corner, it's the perfect run to the line. Van der Stroys dominates the opening round of the shifter division in the Karting Champions League Winter Series for 2026. And now it sinks in. Van der Stroys victorious, a perfect score across the books, and that will net him 240 points, making him the clear class leader. He wins after 17 laps in our last final of the weekend by 1.4 seconds, and Kevin Steyhauer gives him the thumbs up, saying well done. And there he is celebrating. And I'm sure that some of the team from MP Kart Racing Team who have been working with him, including the likes of Gus Specken, who I've known for quite a few years, part of the team here. Van der Stroys signs off weekend 1 in style. Domination supreme for the 454, winning by 1.4 seconds ahead of Kevin Steyhauer. Jens Struer rounds out your top 3, followed by Robin Glirum, Milan van Vinden, and Gil Mertens takes top honours in KZ Masters. Jeffrey Fixer finishes 7th ahead of Alois Girardet, Mika van der Pavert and Louis Esser. Mick Blankenspoor moves up 7 spots, finishes 11th ahead of the next place KZ Master, that is Sam Clays. Samuel Luyet, Kane Ince, Lenny Hobiolagash rounds out your top 15. Tanja Cirelli, Christopher Zaxer, Milo Bogenhout, Bas Schulten and Daniel Zilstra round out your top 20. With Schulten rounding out the top 3 in Masters. Nick Plumers and Zico Osterhoff round out the 22 finishers, with Luca Prima, Anders Alkier and Martin Versteeg retiring from the race. But one thing must be said. Van der Stroys at this moment is untouchable. Well, it's the calm after the storm that has been the opening round of the 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series. And we've been broadcasting over the last couple of days, live and direct here from the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. The Winter Series will move on its journey in just 4 weeks' time to the southern region of Cauvin in Belgium, just around about a 20-minute drive from the French border. And more to the point, Marienborg Karting de Fang, another Belgian karting track with significant history over the past few decades of the world of karting, right up from the old days to the modern and now. A few thank yous first of all. A big thank you to everyone that has watched on the Karting Champions League YouTube channel. A big thank you to everyone that has pushed us over 330 plus subscribers. Hopefully we might be more towards 500 within 4 weeks' time. A big thank you to everyone that has interacted with us on social media at Karting Champions League on Facebook and on Instagram. Don't forget, 27th of February to the 1st of March is when we hit round 2, kicking and screaming on the tarmac at Marienborg. So if you do want to get registered, now's your opportunity. Head to kartingchampionsleague.com. A big thank you to our marshalling team that have braved the weathers outside. A big thank you to our medical team, the recovery crew, our race control and clerk of the course and judge of fact team led by series director Dave Ritson. Live timing, race control and live streaming courtesy of Camp Company GmbH, with the team led by Mike Wagner and his crew. A big thank you to them. A big thank you to the drivers, the teams and also the families that have been here with us. On behalf of the entire organisation here at the Karting Champions League Winter Series for 2026, it's thank you very much, Karting Genk. and see you very soon, Marienborg. We'll be back on the 27th of February to see who will be our 2026 Karting Champions League Winter Series winners. Until then, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Goodbye for now.